Can we start now? Are we live? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Hi, Dr. Sunanda. How are you?
Yeah, I think it is live. Can we start?
Definitely.
Good afternoon. Can you
Good
hear me?
afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now we just started.
Good afternoon and warm greetings from Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, CITI. A very warm welcome to all of you to the second edition of Global Textile Conclave. The theme of the conclave is the India Factor, transforming global textiles and apparel in 2021 to 30. Confederation of Indian Textile Industry has organized this GTC 2021 along with co-partners International Textile Manufacturers Federation ITMF and International Apparel Federation, and knowledge partner is Gersi Textile Organization. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all the eminent personalities chairing each session, esteemed moderators, panelists, and attendees to the second day of this significant virtual conference. We are extremely delighted to have participants from different parts of the world. Your presence in large numbers of this e-conference signifies the strength and significance of this sector. Thank you all for joining this e-conclave and sparing the time from your busy schedule and facing the occasion. Second edition of Global Textile Conclave, the virtual event, covers the entire textile value chain from farm to fashion and is one of the major international virtual conclaves for textile, clothing, and allied industries. Yesterday, the Honorable Union Minister of Textiles and Women and Child Development, Srimati Smriti Subin Irani ji, inaugurated the second edition of the Global Textile Conclave through a virtual platform. We were also privileged to get goodwill message from Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, which was read by Honorable Union Minister of Textiles. City GTC 2021 portrays the advantage India and enhance the global visibility for the Indian industry players to attain international standards. We have several eminent and renowned speakers of international stature who are brainstorming on the emerging opportunities and challenges, latest trends shaping up in the global fashion, and the significance of the Indian textile and apparel industry in the global textile trade as one of the largest sourcing hubs for the international brands in the coming decades. The City GTC 21 covered 3 sessions other than the inaugural session. Session 1, Apparel Sourcing Trends in the New Normal. Session 2, Attracting FDI in Apparel Manufacturing in South Asia. Session 3, Advanced Textiles for Technical Textile Ecosystem. Today we are covering six sessions. Session 4, Addressing Climate Change in the Fashion Industry. Session 5, Digitalization in Textile. Session 6, Impact of Emerging Trade Alignments. Session 7, Global Fiber Situation. Session 8, New Business Models in the Textile and Fashion Industry. Session 9, Sourcing Trends in Home Textiles, Advantage India. Now I request Mr. Navneet Singh Sodhi, partner, Garzi Textiles Organization, to start today's proceedings. Before that, let me also take this opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude to all our co-partners, ITMF and IAF, Knowledge Partner Garzi Textiles Organization, sponsors, exhibitors, advisors, authors who have contributed for the special edition Textile Times for supporting us for this conference and making City GTC 2021 a grand success. Over to Mr. Sodhi ji. Thank you. Mr. Sodhi?
Mr. Sodhi, you're on mute. Can't hear you.
Sunanda, is it a problem of the system or what it is? No sound is there.
You couldn't hear me?
I can hear you.
You couldn't hear?
I can hear you, but not Sodhi.
Yeah.
Hello?
Mr. Sodhi, sometimes if you just look at the little icon with the mic and see change the settings, sometimes that works. That's what happened to me last night.
So, since I don't want to waste the time, welcome to all the panelists to the session on addressing climate in the fashion industry, which will be moderated by Ms. Priyanka Khanna, International Expansion Manager, South Asia, Fashion for Good. And our panelists for this session are Mr. Bob Assenberg, Fund Director, Good Fashion Fund, Ms. Carla McDougall, President, Accelerating Circularity and CEO, Fabricology, Ms. Mridula Ramesh, Founder, Sundaram Climate Institute, Ms. Perina Haldin, Public Affairs and Engagement, H&M Group. I would like to invite Ms. Priyanka Khanna for moderating the session and all the panelists for sharing their valuable thoughts and possible solutions in addressing climate change in the fashion industry. Welcome all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Sada. Hi, everyone. I'm Priyanka from Fashion for Good, an organization that's leading the transition of the fashion industry to a more circular or a sustainable one through the medium of innovation. When I thought of how I wanted to start the session, I wanted to start with a couple of facts and statistics about the industry. And then when I started putting it together, I realized the picture looks pretty grim. So I thought of pulling out a few positive facts or not really facts, but a few positive notes to start the session and put it on a more positive side. Hundreds of brands and supply chain players have made commitments towards sustainability in their businesses. In fact, sustainability is becoming a defining factor in the long-term goals and is primarily driven by the climate change awareness. Thousands of startups or innovators, as we call them, have come up with solutions to afford the toxic and linear processes in the fashion industry. All of the solutions that we see are potentially the future of this industry. Hundreds of initiatives and organizations like Fashion for Good, Accelerating Circularity, UNFCCC have come up in the last decade that are supporting the industry to make the change. On that note, please join me in welcoming our wonderful panelists. They've already been introduced, so I'm just going to call them out quickly. Pranela from H&M Group, but also the co-chair of the policy group of UNFCCC Charter. Carla, who's the president of Accelerating Circularity, and the CEO of Fabricology. We're also joined by Ms. Mridula, who's the founder of Sundaram Climate Institute, but also is a fantastic author of The Climate Solution, a book targeted to India. And then last but not the least, we have Bob, who's the fund director for Good Fashion Fund, a very uniquely positioned fund to support manufacturers. Welcome, everyone. Without further ado, let's get this conversation started. A quick note to all the audience. Please keep putting your questions in chat. Time permitting, we'd like to pick up a few questions towards the end. Wonderful. So, Pranela, I'd like to start with you. Do I have you on call? Pranela, I'd like to start with you. The Fashion Charter, you're the co-chair of the policy group of the Fashion Charter. The Fashion Charter's main vision is to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. There are also a couple of interim goals, which feel really daunting because it's such a huge, big, daunting task to take on. Between 2018 to now, since when the Fashion Charter started, what are the main actions that have taken place? And a continuation of this question would be, in your opinion, are we on the right trajectory to meet those 2050 targets?
Thank you for that. So today, yes, I'm wearing a bit two hats. I'm wearing the H&M Group hat, and I'm wearing the co-chair hat. And I can just start with, from the H&M Group perspective, we set already 2017 or earlier the goal of being climate positive 2040. And at that time, and still, we don't know perfectly how to get there, but we know that if we don't set that target, we're not going to get there. And that's one of the, it's about focusing on energy efficiency. It's about moving over to renewable energy in our whole value chain. And it is about using the carbon sinks. And here, one important tool is also the circular, because we cannot go to climate positive if we don't go circular. So that is really our vision, to become 100% circular. And to complete the question, one of the pillars here is really to move the industry. And we have seen that the Fashion Charter within UNFCCC is one of those initiatives where we put a lot of efforts in, because it's not only about us as one company. We're all in this together. And also we see that 70% of the emissions are in the production. And it is in production where we share suppliers. So the Fashion Charter is therefore of great importance to us. And I'd say that the Fashion Charter, we've had 2 years to come together and to create actions. So what we have done is really establishing a way of working where we focus on manufacturers, and we also focus on our own companies and on policy. And I'm co-chairing the policy group, which is really to make sure that we don't have regulations that are hindering us to transform into renewable energy, which we do today in many of the markets. There are regulations that are hindering us. And I think that is one important thing, because we can push as much as one company or push together, but if there are regulations that are hindering us, we're not going to get there, right? So that is extremely important. So I would say during these 2 years, there has been quite a lot happening, and mainly in the real structure to really set the goals, to come together, to know what we're doing, but there is not enough actions. So we need much more. And that is really, you're pointing out what will come next. Well, we really need to take big actions, big steps. We want more manufacturers on board here to share the responsibility with us, to really move this forward. So I'd say we have done a lot. We have not done enough. Still a long way to go. And there is an urgent need for actions on all the different levels. Everything from one supplier or factory turning into solar, having solar panels or whatever solution is the best for that, to on a holistic level, work on the regulations to level the playing field and make the production countries really move towards renewable energy. I think, just as a last sentence here, I think that it's so important. The reason why I'm pushing for the production is because we know 70% of the emissions are there. And that's really also where the regulations are not perfectly in favor of renewable energy. And I think here we can really push for also for a level playing field. It's not only us and our industry that will benefit from it. It's the whole country. And I think it's important to understand also, for if we're going to reach our goals and all our peers will reach their goals, it's also important to think of a market as an attractive sourcing market. And an attractive sourcing market is a market where you move towards renewable energy. I'll just stop there. I can keep on going.
Thank you. I mean, there are so many points you mentioned there that I would want to pick up for larger debates, and hopefully we will get time a little towards the second part of the session. But to reflect on a few things, I think you started with saying circularity is key to reduction of these emissions. 70% of the emissions, I think that's a fantastic stat to emphasize on a little more. 70% of the emissions come from the production markets, and India, and this conference is for India, and we are looking at India being one of the larger production markets. So a lot of emissions coming out of there, and then a push towards renewable energy to make the sourcing markets more attractive. So I want to first pick on the circularity part and bring Carla also into the conversation here. Carla, your organization is called Accelerating Circularity. A very specific area that contributes to the GHG emissions is the millions and tons of textile waste coming out of the production markets, but also post-consumer. Accelerating Circularity is a project that's aimed at creating solutions and infrastructure for this textile waste that can be fed back into the supply chain. And this is a specific use case of how textile industry can reduce emission. So Carla, could you talk a little bit more about Accelerating Circularity, how it's addressing this big audacious problem, and also what it means for the manufacturing markets?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Priyanka. So Accelerating Circularity is a nonprofit, what we call in the United States a 501c3. And the reason that I mention that is because all of the work we do is for the public good. And we have to have a mission. Our mission is to divert textiles from landfill and incineration, specifically for textile to textile circularity systems. We believe wholeheartedly that it has to be a system to function. And to Pernilla's point, everybody has to be involved in this. So we're a neutral body that can bring together all of the actors for the development of these systems through collaborative action, right? We need to have everybody involved, just as they're doing for policy. And we do that through working groups and product trials. What we've been doing is we've mapped where we can find all this waste, right? We need to know where it is. We need to know what's in it. And then we need to figure out what are the links that need to happen to get those materials to the right places. So we're looking at those missing links and how do we connect those links. And then once we pull all that together, which is where we are today, is to trial that system, because that system, we have to know that that system's going to work from a quality standpoint, from a logistics standpoint, economically, and most of all, environmentally. We know that there's no reason to move to the circular system unless we are making those big changes when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, if we can reduce those. So in our work, we're establishing some tools. We've come up with a textile use hierarchy that talks about where that textile waste, or we like to call it spent textiles because we don't want to treat it as waste anymore, where those textiles belong. And when we're talking about circularity in general, certainly not all of it needs to go into the recycling market. Some of it needs to go into the reuse market or repair market. So hopefully we'll understand how much gets to come to recycling, how much gets to go to those other markets, what's most appropriate for that. We've also created matrices for both mechanical and chemical recycling. And those matrices talk about what of the recyclers today, what are the fiber blends that they can use? And then also what are the restrictions that apply also to those fiber blends? Those tools are useful for the collectors and sorters so that they know what are the sortation, what are the fractions that they need to move to. And also too, when we look at the restrictions, so they need to look at what restrictions different recycling technologies have. These are going to be tools that many people in the marketplace can use, even the brands and retailers, so they know if they're designing for circularity, how to do that. So I believe that this is going to be really great for the move. The move to circularity is really going to be wonderful for the Indian markets. Today in India, they are actually ahead of many other markets in terms of currently sorting spent textiles. They do it for wool, they do it for other items as well. So they have this experience behind them. What they're going to need to know is when we have advanced recycling technologies, you know, they're going to need to make some shifts, right? So they'll shift from how they're sorting it today to find uses for it, for what these new uses will be. So I really believe that they're going to have a lot of opportunities. And there are some recyclers, advanced recycling technologies that are in the process of being developed right now in India on the ground, because obviously it's so important. So I think that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity, and I'm looking forward to seeing that commercialized at scale, which is the next most important element, because without doing it at scale, we're not going to create the business models that we need to have happen.
Thank you. So I hear you say that India is such a key market because it's manufacturing central, and this potentially recycled part of the spent textiles, as you say, is going to become the new feedstock or the new materials that the Indian manufacturers or the Indian manufacturing market would be working with. Thank you. That was pretty insightful, especially on the technology side as well. Mridula, I'd like to bring you in here and talk a little bit more about the Indian story. I think Carla finished it really well at what it means for Indian manufacturing market. Mridula, you've authored a book on India's climate change crisis. The book refers to countrywide issues, but there is also some insights and reference to textile industry. So I think I would love to hear your opinion on how should the Indian textile sector now act? Like, where should the stakeholders start today? Mridula, I know that you're on the call. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, it's been wonderful listening to everyone, and thank you for having me. There are a couple of points out there, right? First, I think when we talk about climate, we need to acknowledge that India is one of the most vulnerable countries to this warming climate. And if we stop all emissions today, the climate is still going to warm because that's how climate inertia works. Right? And I heard a wonderful quote yesterday, which in another climate change session, which I'm going to share with all of you. If climate change is a shark, water is its teeth, right? And the one thing that I'm really frustrated about is in the fashion, conversations, water is completely absent. It's distinguished by its absence, right? So that needs to be part of the story, because apart from being an author and writing about climate change and all of that, I also run a spinning mill, right? And I realized that the carbon aspect of it is the easiest thing to tackle, because we have a high electricity price. We've invested in minerals. A lot of the spinning industry has gone aggressively for renewables because it makes commercial sense. Every motor of mine has a thermal signature which we track every day and reduce, improve the energy efficiency because it's a cost-effective thing to do. But water is completely absent in the story. And one of the reasons for that, and this actually shocked me when I looked up the number, when I looked at the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, right? And I looked at the Consumer Price Index for apparel. I looked at 1991, which is just after climate change burst into our collective consciousness, and now 30 years later. You know how much the Consumer Price Index of apparel has fallen by? 8% in 30 years. So of course we can get to sustainability. Of course we can get to sustainability in all ways. Fair wages, treating our environment responsibly, but I think those things take money to do. And I think the aspect of you get what you pay for, and you trace what you value are both things that the entire value chain. And when I talk about stakeholders, that's something that's absolutely missing in the picture. You get what you pay for and you trace what you value. And I think that is the missing part of the story, that water needs to be there. We need to trace, so you actually make sure that the behavior that you want to create is across the value chain, and then you actually pay for it, because you're not going to get the changes at scale that you mentioned. I'll just mention one thing more. In a private capacity, I have several investments in what I call climate resilient startups. Right? Again, the same point that Carla was making earlier. One of my investments is in a waste management company who collects waste from different households, helps them sort it, and then takes them to the different end use. Post-consumer textiles are a nightmare to deal with, right? And I think, the one way to look at it is actually looking at alternative materials, which we may get into later in the thing. But I think, again, I'm reasonably confident we'll get where we want to, as long as we have the incentives aligned across the value chain. But I think that is where the conversation needs to be. The carbon is an easier part of the puzzle, because India has I'm seeing all the other people in the thing, and all the manufacturers are saying we're paying too much for our electricity, but that's a good thing. Very incentivized people.
Wonderful. So what I hear you say, I think one of the debates is the bigger picture debate, which is on sustainability versus pricing. And I think there are so many different point of views with no real clear direction as to the pricing of materials constantly keeps falling, but yet the expectation is to build the sustainable practices. I absolutely agree. And I'm not sure if there is a real clear answer with anyone right now. I think this is an ongoing debate that's probably going to continue for another decade or so. But the other points you mentioned was on, first of all, kudos to the climate resilient startups. I think that a lot of us work in that space, and it's very exciting to be part of so many startups and looking at all these new climate resilient technologies. The other point you brought up was also water, as water being a bigger challenge in the Indian ecosystem particularly. And there are a lot of technologies that are currently, a lot of the manufacturers actually currently looking to adopt. I want to bring in Bob here, especially as someone who is constantly evaluating technologies, more advanced stage technologies through the fund, and also interacting with a lot of the supply chain players, including manufacturers like Mridula. Bob, where in your opinion is the textile industry in India? And especially with respect to achieving the sustainable production. And of course, with sustainable production, I want to catch on to Mridula's point of water, carbon, renewable energy, all of that. Could you give us a quick summary on that?
Sure, thank you, Priyanka. Now, let me firstly, for people, just give a very brief highlight of what the fund does, because I think not everyone is aware. So the Good Fashion Fund is an initiative by the Lourdes Foundation and Fashion for Good, and really focusing on 3 countries in Asia: India, Bangladesh, Vietnam, with the aim to provide access to sustainable and impactful technologies to the manufacturers in those countries. So really with the idea that we provide long-term finance to those manufacturers that have sustainability in mind and really want to improve on that level. And we're an impact fund, which means that we, of course, we want a return from our money, but at the same time, we look very closely, as we call it, on 5 goods, which are related to materials, but also water, energy, and good lives and good economy. So for ourselves, it's really important that the elements that all the speakers have been talking about actually are being implemented within those manufacturers. So we really look at those, I would say, key items for ourselves, so the 5 goods, in order to be implemented. So let me start there as a starting point. So where is India, and what is the sort of what are the opportunities and the ways that India or the manufacturers within India are tackling carbon emissions, but also the water reduction? I think India is also, if you would compare it to other countries, neighboring countries, is doing reasonably well, but still lacking, I think, in terms of productivity, which is still also, I think, because of the sometimes even outdated equipment. I think if you look at the industry itself, it's an old fish in the industry anyway. So technology can play a really important role going forward by improving not just productivity, but also on the social and environmental, and I think on the financial side. So that goes for the industry as a whole. And if you would look at India, it might be slightly lagging behind other countries. So I think what is the potential there? There's a huge potential. And that is firstly, and that's also what we're looking at as a fund, that's moving more towards circular business models. So also looking at technologies that can support that. But realistically speaking, also where the industry is right now, there's a lot of replacement to do as well, I would say, by equipment and technologies that are currently already in the market, but are not being implemented. And I think actually by replacing current technology by much more efficient and much more sustainable equipment can really mean a lot. And that's, for instance, also what we as a fund try to do, provide access to those manufacturers that really have a vision to become sustainable, really have the sustainability in mind, but don't have the funding to do that. Because that, I think, is also an issue, because we can talk about sustainability and implementing that, but this is a margin. This is a low margin business. In that sense, a lot of, particularly on, I think, the small and medium-sized manufacturers, they might be willing to implement it, they might be willing to replace it, they might be willing to install new measures, but don't have the funding and or don't have the local banks that really understand those technologies and can provide the long-term finance. So what we're trying to do, and I think that's also for India, that's an important thing to do, is actually to demonstrate that by implementing new technologies, you can really, and it can be more towards circularity, but it can also really be state of the art. You can really make a difference in that sense. And I think that's for India typically something that can be done. Maybe finishing, I think as a fund, when we started just over a year ago, that was still, of course, pre-COVID. We were looking at expansion. And also, I think we were looking jointly with the manufacturers and brands at expansion-related plans. Right now, a lot of that what we're seeing as well is replacement-related, which makes sense because it might not be growing that fast. And I think a lot of the forward-looking manufacturers are taking also replacement of what they currently have in mind. And that I think is an important element as well, because I think sustainability is not just being sustainable. I think by replacing outdated equipment, it's also financially interesting. So those two goes hand in hand, I think. So the environmental, social, because that's important for us, and the financial benefits, they go hand in hand. And I think that's an important message. It's not just about sustainability in terms of the environment, it's also about financial sustainability and benefits from that side.
Thank you, Bob. I had a question for you later on technology, but I think since you're already here, I want to put my follow-on question right now.
Okay.
Since you mentioned about the fund and how uniquely positioned it is for manufacturers, helping them adopt these technologies. Can you talk to us about some technologies that you're interested in supporting the manufacturers adopt? It could be quite useful for the supply chain players in the audience today to know how they can access the GFF investments as well.
Yeah, sure. Well, I can give it's a long list, of course, if you're talking about replacing or having new equipment, but we're looking at the production or the manufacturing phase because there are a lot of emissions being happening, a lot of savings can be done at that level. So we see that a lot of it is what we're looking at, and we're also in discussion with the manufacturers. What it's about the dyeing, it's the printing, and the finishing. So quite a few of the technologies that we're looking at are in that area, and of course, wastewater solution is another important one, I think, for a lot of these manufacturers. So what you do see is on dyeing, you do have cold bed batch dyeing, you have CO2 dyeing. Those are the things actually that are being implemented that are already at a stage that also manufacturers can safely implement and adopt those because they have a good track record. The same goes for things actually that might not look very straightforward in that sense. That might look quite straightforward and not too sexy to call it, but like digital printing, things like that. Those are really making a difference. The same thing is with laser finishing. I think these technologies really make a difference, and they're moving. It's gradually moving towards I think a circular business model. But at this point in time, it's really making already quite a lot of difference in terms of reductions, and particularly on energy savings on that side, you can see that. Another element that we do see is effluent, for instance, treatment systems that's what you would see treatment plants basically. That is an element which is also really important. The water, that's also what we're looking at as a fund. I think water usage or treated water, that really makes a difference. The same with closed loop water systems, these kind of things. They make a difference financially and environmentally. Yeah, maybe then going back, how can they actually come to us? Because I think we're looking for manufacturers that really want to be front runners in that respect, really have sustainability in mind, and do have an investment plan. And we're typically looking at investments between $1 and $5 million, so dollars. So that's what it is. We provide long-term dollars. We're doing that. These amounts are quite big, but at the same time, if you want to buy this equipment, the amounts are quite high. So it's capital intensive. So that's what happens. So you should have something in mind. And what we look jointly with the manufacturer, in the cases also with brands, actually, how can we? What is the best equipment around? We work also, for instance, also with Fashion for Good and other parties to see what would be the most applicable equipment. And then we make a plan to install it. And then we really look at the benefits from a financial and environmental point of view. But we're really looking at huge impact. So the investment should have, let's say, over 50% reduction in one of those areas that we mentioned, which quite often could be the case. But it's really a step forward financially, environmentally. And if people would like to work with us, it's on our website, goodfashionfund.com. But I think that's what we're looking for. So really about the combination, and what we're trying to do is really to match in a sort of a triangle the equipment, I think, or the technologies, the manufacturers, and the brands. So we're somewhere in the middle and making it glue. That's basically what we try to do.
Thank you, Bob. I'm sure this was very useful for a lot of supply chain players in the audience. So yeah, Good Fashion Fund, if anyone wants to reach out. Something that I got out of this was you picked up on a lot on sustainability and making sustainable sense, but also making financial sense. And I think this addresses a little bit of what Mridula said earlier, that sustainability initiatives make sense if there is also a financial improvement, or financially it makes sense for production or for the manufacturers as well. So with that, Bob, you sort of defined the role of technologies, and you also identify certain technology areas that particularly are very good for the current production market that we are looking at, Indian production market. Pernilla, I want to bring you in here from the global lens, coming back to the global lens a little, and trying to define the role that policy plays. We've understood the role from Bob a little on what technologies play in the future and driving this circularity and sustainability in the industry. Pernilla, could you talk a little bit about what role, in your opinion, policy plays in pushing this forward?
I think it's a key, it's absolutely a key role, because that's how a government can facilitate the transformation. And if it's on CO2 emissions, or if it is on water, or on circular, but also I'd like to add the chemical part there. I think that the chemical restrictions in the global are too low. And I think that has a huge effect on the water. So there is an immense opportunity when we talk about policy, because that's really how you can lead a country towards a much more sustainable. It's also a way of leveling the playing field.
So if I just dig on this a little more, from an H&M point of view, H&M has been leading the way in sustainable initiatives. There are so many newer initiatives that we hear of constantly. And from H&M's point of view, but also from large and small player point of view, are there any specific policies that enable these initiatives? I'm also looking at using this answer as a little key to the large and small supply chain players that are also on the call today, to learn to say, how do they adopt, how do they use, and what role for those initiatives, where would the policies be placed, basically? Digging a little deeper into this.
Yeah, I think it's one thing is, of course, for the manufacturers to really point out the importance of this. And it can be as easy as not that the government is not supporting fossil fuel, is instead leveling that, because in many countries they are still supporting the fossil, which means that the fossil fuel will be cheaper than renewable. Well, if we took away everything and made it a level playing field, the renewable would be cheaper. And so I think for manufacturing, it's really important also to raise the voice in a country and say, hey, we're a company in the country, and this is what matters to us. And so I think there are different problems in different countries here, with sometimes tax on solar panels and or whatever it can be. There are different ways. Sometimes you need to use the national electricity company, even if you have invested in your own renewable energy source, for example. So I think it's important to stand up and really say why this is so important. And it is a lot about being, attractive supplier, attractive sourcing market. But of course, the ultimate goal is to be able to be sustainable.
Absolutely. So what I hear from you is collectively, platforms like Citi or organizations like Citi could really push the policy agenda forward. Also, if individual manufacturers here are also pushing this envelope or pushing it to organizations like Citi to push this. So, all right, thank you.
I think manufacturing organizations are also key, where they come together.
Yes. Yeah, I think that was the main insight for me, that individual people can demand such things from organizations, and organizations can push this forward to governments to build those policy. I think I'd like to bring in Mridula here, sort of flip this question to you, Mridula, from an India-only point of view. And also, I know that, Mridula, you've interacted on policy, technology, new business models. And I think it'd be good to understand from your point of view, because since you're also a manufacturer, what are the key areas or key things that you're most excited by?
Okay. Okay. So to Penelope's point, there is an obligation for each of us to push, right? So when I started talking about climate change, about 8 years ago, people thought it was a life crisis gone badly wrong. But people begin to take it more seriously, because I think today it's impossible to ignore. From the manufacturer's point of view, many of us, we have things called dedicated feeders. So we invest in our own power, and a lot of that power tends to be renewable. And there are energy exchanges today that we buy, renewable energy from, right? So very often it's much cheaper in India to buy it. The unfortunate thing is, and here you're really getting into policy, you start seeing, how like a spider's web it is. Today, many of us pay a cross-subsidy surcharge, industrial customers. And, and what I'm going to say is really unpopular now, because a lot of, and it's so unpopular, I'm not even going to name it. There are certain sections of electricity users who don't pay for electricity at all. And that's subsidized by, other customers. So I think we're aligned, but speaking up against that tends to have political pushback. I mean, reform is difficult in any country. And that's the same in India, right? That's number one. What's exciting? Really, I mean, the climate change startups are like what I call my vaccination of hope. I really like them. I think they're pushing the boundaries. And honestly, this audience may not see it. Carbon is easy to do in India because it has a high price in India. It's easy to do. I went around 3 years ago saying I want a water startup and I'm happy to write a check for it. Can't find anything. Because, the absence of water in everybody's consciousness is so difficult. I have one startup which sort of addresses water. It actually is processing chemicals which are made from microbial enzymes, which replace the kind of chemicals that Penelope was talking about. But again, those are expensive. To Bob's point, yes, I mean, I'm so glad to hear about his fund, and I will sort of pass on the contact to a lot of people who I know. But that addresses the capital investment. But many of these effluent plants, depending on the stage of treatment, running costs. So a lot of people tend to cheat because going progressively higher on treatment has higher running costs, which are much higher than the margin that they're getting. So Bob's fund certainly addresses one part of the picture, but to get the impact that you need a complete address, which is why I go back to traceability, which is something I heard repeatedly yesterday. And I think that's a key thing if you want the change. And you have to pay for what you trace for, because otherwise you're not going to really care. I think you need these two pieces, and I'm actually quite hopeful that you will get the change you want to see.
Wonderful, thank you. I hear you talk about traceability quite a lot, and that's one of the areas definitely the fashion industry needs to work on. I want to bring Carla in here to help us understand the role of conveners, not just reaching the zero emission targets. As you said, carbon is one part of it. There's also water and others that we need to look at. But how can our audience, or how do the conveners like Accelerating Circularity, even Fashion for Good and UNFCCC, Carla, how can we organizations literally help make this change happen in the industry? And how can stakeholders and the industry players present on the call today interact with or engage and contribute? Carla, are you on the call?
Sorry about that.
No.
So there are many ways for conveners to support the industry. And I think that UNFCCC, the organizers of this conference today, Fashion for Good, you know, there's several things that have to happen. One is to create the baseline knowledge. Pernilla was saying how the UNFCCC has done a lot of work, but not enough. You know, they've laid a lot of baseline. They've created some knowledge. They've shared that knowledge. People have come to the table. And for me, I think the most important thing that the conveners do is, yes, the initial stage is connecting the knowledge, but the second stage, and what I think is most important, is taking action. And so that action is the critical part. So what the conveners do is they bring people together, they provide them the knowledge, but then they also provide them the outline, the footprint for how to take action on the knowledge that's been developed. One of the things that we know at Accelerating Circularity is that everybody has a role to play. Nobody can do this alone. It's got to be systematic. And so if it has to be systematic and nobody can do it alone, everybody's got to be willing to jump in, take action, share information that maybe they wouldn't have shared in the past. Certainly nothing that's proprietary, but still, when we put people in the room that are from diverse segments of, you know, what we think of as our supply chain today, they're often very surprised. Oh, you need that, or oh, that doesn't work. We have to get these varied players in the room and then to set up new systems. And these new systems, you know, we're talking about traceability, circularity is, you know, traceability is key. We're actually sort of standing in a circle, right? We can see lots of different players much more easily than we may have in the past. So get involved, participate. You've got to share. Don't come to these meetings and stay silent. You've got to share the information that you have. Everyone has a role. No one can go it alone. If we want to accelerate circularity, we've got to take action.
Thank you. On that note, we have very few minutes left to the call. And I just wanted to have a parting note from each of the panelists. Maybe if we can go around and have 1 minute or 30 seconds sort of quick note as a parting thought. Today, we've spoken about the role of conveners. We've spoken about the role of policy as well as technology. There is also some overarching conversation about the role of brands and manufacturers play in this entire addressing the climate change issue. So if each of you panelists can touch upon some aspect of what we've spoken about today in your parting thoughts. Carla, would you like to start?
Sure. I'll just follow up in a sense with what I said. You know, we've talked a lot about sustainability. You know, often people in the past have looked at that as a triple bottom line. I think the triple bottom line of, you know, the social, the environmental, and the economic are incredibly important, but we really need to see that as a balance. And I think in the past years, those three things haven't been in balance.
Thank you. Bob, you popped up next, so I think you should go.
Okay, fine. No, I think also picking up on Mirla's point of view, I think that it's all about what we see in sustainability. We're talking a lot about environmental sustainability, but I think social sustainability is a really important element in this as well. So, and I think that's one thing that particularly I think in the fashion industry that we should keep in mind in what we're trying to do. So it's a collaborative effort, and that should also be jointly with brands, as you were saying, because rightly so. I think in the end, it should be, the sustainability should be in everyone's sort of genes in that respect. Should not be just the manufacturers, should also be the brands working together on that. So I think it should be a more environmentally friendly place to work in, but it should also be a safer and healthier and a fairer place to work in. And I think that's an important element of the solution as well.
Fantastic. Thank you. Social sustainability, we didn't get a chance to pick on that, but thank you for bringing that up. Pernilla, would you want to go next?
Happy to go next. I think it is the collaboration part here is key. The fashion industry needs to change, and a big chunk of the fashion industry wants to change. And here we need to do that together with the manufacturers, our suppliers. We need to do it together with our customers, and we need to do it together with governments. So it's a big chunk of collaborations here.
Fantastic. Collaboration as a key point. Thank you. Mridula, I'll hand over to you last.
Thanks, Priyanka. Great conversations. Thank you so much. I think we're standing in a crossroads here. And I think I'm quite hopeful that we can change. I mean, not the least because I have children for whom the present is the future, right? I mean, it's really getting bad out there. But I do think you will get what you pay for and you will trace what you value. And without doing those two things, we can go down a greenwashing rabbit hole, which is the last place. We don't have any space for that. Right. And so I would say, really, I think this is a wonderful moment and we should move forward positively.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the parting thoughts as well and this fantastic conversation. It was super insightful for me and also super short. I wish I could pick on details on everything that the panelists said, but maybe another time. But thank you so much. I hope it was equally useful and insightful for the audience as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sodhi, are you speaking? I can't hear you. I don't know if it's just me though. Can't hear you.
Operated by S. Glow, partner Gersi Textile. Sector Skill Council.
So I just give it a try. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, I see. Dr. Schindler, very good. Yeah, welcome back to the fourth session here at the second Global Textile Conference, the fourth session on digitalization in textile manufacturing. And as I just wrote in the chat, I'm sitting in Berlin, Germany, since I'm a consultant for Gerdzi Germany. And my connection is not as good as it should be. So there's already one thing, you know, Germany in digitalization, there are some things we have to work on in Germany. One thing for sure, that's the internet connection in our country. But no worries. We did pre-recordings of our sessions. So we do have 1, 2, 3, I think 4 wonderful presentations, one more than in the program. And I had the chance to make 3 recordings of the presentations. So I think the best is we do show you the recordings, and afterwards there is time for some question and answers, and I'm happy to moderate that. So may I ask the host to play the videos? We start with video 0 and then it's 1, 2, 3, please.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the fourth session of the second Global Textile Conference with the topic Digitalization in Textile Manufacturing. As you see, we did record the session beforehand. Due to the pandemic, we cannot meet each other. You know, I love being on stage, giving presentation, having the interaction with the audience, or listen myself to presentation and having the chance to ask questions and answers and so on and so on. So we did a recording of the session, digital, of course, if we talk about digitalization in textile manufacturing. Please let me introduce myself. My name is Yves Simon Gloy. I'm a consultant for Gerdzi Germany. I'm located in Berlin, in the capital of Germany, and right now I'm sitting in my home office. You see, in my home office, and for my background, I'm a textile mechanical engineer. I have a track record of more than 15 years of research in the field of textile machinery, with a strong focus on digitalization and Industry 4.0. And I'm lecturing, I'm giving lectures on the topic at the RWTH Aachen University, at the Technical University in Chemnitz, and at the Clemson University in South Carolina and the US. Besides my consulting role, the lecturing role, I'm also an entrepreneur, setting up Textile Mill 4.0 lot size 1 production here in Berlin. And yeah, you know, within Gerdzi, of course, we support and help our clients in the field of digitalization in textile manufacturing. Often there's a need for answers to question, okay, where to start digitalization? How can I do it? What are there for solutions in the market, or do I need to develop my own solutions? What kind of partners do I need? We do have a very, very good network in the field of IT, software, hardware, machines, and other partners you need for your own digitalization journey. And of course, we support in setting up the right projects, getting the right results. But that's of course very much important and will be also pointed out in the presentations later on. So what's the value of digitalization? What's the return on invest? How can you get more competitive in your production using digitalization? So these are questions that we, especially Gerdzi Germany, are working with our clients right now. So what will happen? We will have 3 wonderful presentations, and I will introduce you to the speakers at the beginning of every presentation. And after the presentation, I will have the chance to ask some questions to the presenter. And please be aware, listen carefully, there's a lot of value in the inputs in the presentations you will hear. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the presentations. Thank you very much.
That was already working very well. So may I ask the host to play video number 01 from Mr. René Krebs, please? Again, hello, organizers. That was working very well with the first video. Yes, please. The second video 01 from Mr. René Krebs. Can you please play the video 01 from Mr. René Krebs? Thank you. That looked good. That was the right video, I think. Okay. Now we see a black screen. Since we already saw a first video, so I believe that should also work with the second video. Well, I see a cursor moving around on the black screen, but that's not what I recorded. Wait.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our first presentation here at the second Global Textile Conference and the fourth session on digitalization in textile manufacturing. And I'm very happy and feel honored that we have Mr. René Krebs, the CEO and co-founder of Side Effects AG, presenting now here to us. Please let me introduce Mr. René Krebs to you. So Mr. René Krebs started his career with a federal diploma as a polygraph and then looked for new challenges in web development and 3D animation. After graduating in digital film and animation at the School of Audio and Engineering, he felt more and more drawn into the world of moving images. A bachelor in game design from the Zurich University of the Arts put him on the path to an interactive future. He sees the rise of gamification as the opening of a new and exciting possibilities in the industrial sector. Mr. Krebs, I do see the same. Gamification, that's a very, very interesting topic. You prepared a presentation. Please, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for being here. My thematic is digital twins for textile manufacturing, or digital twins in general, and we are focusing in this session on the machine engineering in the textile industry. So let's just start right into it and ask ourselves, what is a digital twin? The digital twin is a database representation of a real object, but that can be a representation of a complex system like cities and or the production plant, and also a representation of machinery and production lines. But it can be also a representation of consumer goods like a sweatshirt or shoes or something else. So there are a couple of the different types of digital twins, and I will focus in the presentation on machinery and production lines. So a digital twin is a data set representation of the machine, enriched and connected to as many sources as they are needed in the use case. So for example, we are connecting live sensor data from the machinery to a digital twin. We are connecting certificates, the different guidelines, manuals, and even instructor elements to this virtual representation of a product. And then we can use it in the virtual. A machinery stands as its own representation. It can stand in combination with other machineries, can even stand in a installation in a closed production circle or in a complete factory, even in the context of a physical or virtual factory. So let's go back to the single machine. And this digital twin here looks a little bit low detailed, so we switch into a more sophisticated digital twin where we have access to every little element and component. And what we can do with that, we have a couple of example use cases. We can use the digital twin in the construction. During the product development, the digital twin can deliver real-time construction insights for every department in the company. We can apply simulation process on the digital twin, and we can fasten product review processes. So we have these areas where we can use the digital twin. In service and training, for example. So a technician or a new employee has to get to know about the machinery and has a step-by-step guidance to a specific part and visually represented instruction what they have to do. And most important is I'm in an interactive environment, so I can also report back configurations and parameters to the digital twin. So the digital twin will learn about what I'm doing, what how I do manipulate them, how I change the configuration. So for example, I can type in that I changed the configuration of a given part by 90 degrees. And also adding different additional information layers or elements like this sign here, to be cautious about crunching his fingers in this section of the machine. And as a further example of training is that an employee will register on a tablet or on a HoloLens, it doesn't matter, for a training. And then I have this virtual representation of the line or of the product, and we have the ability in this virtual environment to simulate hazardous situations, for example. And we can also give a context about the environment, for example, first aid help or where the fire extinguishers are, just as an example here. And also the digital twin can be mapped directly over the real machine and can be accessed by a tablet or a HoloLens, for example. So that means I'm entering the real machine production line, and then I have access on the virtual layer and can have insights on, for example, sensor data or production relevant data with just this virtual layer. The marketing and sale approach is that we have access on every product in our portfolio. We have it virtually in our hands on our smartphones or our tablets, and can, like in this example of Riete, we have access to attribute-based virtual representations for exhibitions, for example, or for product calibrations directly at the client. And so we can go into every detail and every benefit of the machinery or the complete system, even on the very detailed components. And what we are talking about is a virtual distribution system. So all PMs have access to all the digitized products, all the digital twins of the products. They can be used in a digital virtual showroom, and the customer can get information through a website and through the showroom about the products. You can get information at the virtual or physical exhibition, or you can get the information directly through the PM, the salesperson, which has access to all these digital twins or this digital showroom. And last but not least, just one example in the after-sales area is part identification for remote support or spare parts ordering. So there are a couple of use cases where it's very important to have a very clear identification of parts. So this example here, I can directly choose which spare part it has to be ordered, or I can point at the specific component in a remote support setting for my clients, and it creates a lot of more innovative possibilities in after sales. Generally, that's what we are trying to achieve with our digital twin. It's saving money by cost reductions for more efficient workflows in training, service, and marketing, increasing flexibility because we have this access on the virtual information layer above our real product or real machinery. We have we grow attraction because we have interactive actions with this virtual product in presentations, but also in training, and that boosts also the motivation with this new kind of workflows we can define there. And we have to think about the digital twin in a modular system. So that was just a couple of examples I showed in this presentation, in manner of training or monitoring. There are a couple of other use cases and fields we can get into it, and it all depends on how the data are prepared and how accessible they are. So thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, Mr. Krebs, thank you very much for your really, really impressive presentation. Personal point of view, I'm 40 years old. I got my first computer when I was 10 years old. It was an Amiga 500. And it's really impressive to see, what you can do in a virtual world, how realistic you just demonstrated a spinning mill can look like. Besides that, in my opinion, the digital twin will play an important and a leading role in the future of textile production. And what I really liked is that you not only showed, so in what areas the digital twin can be used, but what's also the benefit of using a digital twin. But let me ask a couple of questions. First of all, as I said, you showed certain areas where a digital twin can be used. In your opinion and with your experience, where should the digital twin be used first? Where to start with the digital twin?
I think it depends on how far the company is in the process of digitization. So if the company has some experience in the digitization and handling the 3D data and preparing all this also data like IoT data like sensor data and so on, they can go directly in the use case of service or advanced employee trainings or even client trainings. But if they're just at the beginning of the journey of digitization, I would recommend to start with something not invasive, I call it. So that means sales and marketing can be set up as a perfect tryout process to see what the benefits are and how they work inside the company, because all the employees have to get into it, these new workflows and these new kind of using product data. And yeah, I would recommend that. if
Okay.
the company is not that experienced in the digitization process.
Okay, very good. Let's start there. And in your experience, how open are employees and customers to these kind of digital services that you presented?
More and more. So, but it's only human that the first contact is always a little bit surprising for the people, I would say, and they need to be involved very early. So if we involve the people in new processes, in new ways of working with data, then we will have their patience, we have their motivation. Otherwise, if we just give them new tools and give the order to use them, then they're always a little bit interrupted in their old workflows they had with, I don't know, PowerPoint or even by pen and paper. And if we integrate the employees very early in the digitization process, then they're very up into it.
Yeah.
Even the older generations, we have great feedback with new tools.
Yeah, perfect. And now looking in the future, so in general, in the industry, how do you see the interaction with machines, in your opinion?
I would say, never mind of the output device. It doesn't matter if it's a AR smart glasses or it's a tablet. I think head-mounted displays will be the future because we have the hands-free approach, and it's a big benefit for that. But I think more important will be that I, as an employee, as a technician, for example, has a virtual ID also, and the machine, the virtual representation of the machine will recognize my ID, my profile, and the complete interface around the machine will be configured for my specific task I have to do at this specific date. So this journey of pushing efficiency in this sections is a long way to go still. But I think that's one of the most interesting journeys we have in front of us.
Mr. Krebs, well said. For this journey, I wish you a lot of success in bringing digital twins and more gamification, digital service to our industries. Thank you very much for your presentation. As said, a lot of success on your journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. It's working. Now we can immediately continue with the video 02 from Dr. Michela Pudu, please. Organizer. Okay, organizer, can you please continue with video 02? Dr. Michele Pudu, please.
So the recording is running, and I'm happy to say hello again. Welcome back to the fourth session on digitalization of textile manufacturing here at the second Global Textile Conference. And I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Michela Pudu to you. So Dr. Michela Pudu, during her PhD in mechanical engineering at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, she has co-invented Helixia technology and later co-founded the company with the goal to accelerate the global transition to transparent consumer goods supply chain. She's a regular speaker at national and international events and trade shows, including meetings of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, the World Economic Forum, TEDx, and others. For her outstanding, inspiring work in bringing this innovation to the market and active leadership, Michela Pudu has been awarded the 2019 EU Prize for Women Innovators under 35 category. Impressive, Dr. Pudu. I'm really looking forward for your presentation. You're going to show us what's your innovation and how it helps the industry. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction and for having us. I believe that anyone who is attending this webinar is aware of the growing consumer demand for sustainable fashion. And I'm sure you're also aware that determining the sustainability of clothes is as complex as their value chains. So unlocking this complexity through the traceability of materials is the first necessary step to implement credible sustainability. And I'm sure that many of you already recognize the importance of this issue and are committed to create more transparency. Most companies probably still rely on paper trail, but many are already looking into digital alternatives. And artificial intelligence or can really take traceability to another level by offering a reliable way to cross-reference the information and also to create direct links between the various actors in the supply chain. A digital supply chain management system provides surely real-time end-to-end transparency through the whole supply chain, which in turn make the supply chain itself more flexible and efficient. So this is all great. However, we face a risk here. And the risk is that this interconnected world of supply chain data, of digital supply chain data, will become even more disconnected from the real life products. I can give you an example here. So what if, for instance, can mix with a conventional one somewhere in the supply chain? So there is no way for a digital system, a blockchain or EPR system to know. There is no way to figure that out. So there is no way to prove that the digital data that is uploaded in such systems is indeed authentic. And only when transparency is established in the physical domain, it can be then extended to the digital one. So that's where my work focuses. At Elixa, we found a way to reconnect the product information with the product itself. So what we do is turning the product into the carrier of the information about their own journey and their own integrity. The patented solution has been established at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology and make use of DNA tracers. Basically, as for individuals, we provide product with a unique DNA identity, which can be traced. These DNA markers are sprayed on the cotton at the farm and potentially any other location in the supply chain, and stay linked to it throughout the whole life cycle. This way, the product information travels with the product itself and cannot be manipulated nor removed in any ways. What sets us apart is the extreme versatility of the solution. So through the use of DNA, an unlimited number of unique identifiers is available to provide a unique fingerprint for each individual farm, manufacturer, location, fiber type even, including natural, recycled, cellulosic, and synthetic fibers. And as the client working with us, you determine what is the goal of the traceability and therefore which product data are more relevant to you, which can have to be associated with the markers. The markers are extremely easy to apply, so that can be integrated into existing processes and do not alter the processes themselves nor the material properties. They are harmless. They are also approved by GOTS and are Ecotech Standard 100 compliance. Last but not least, they've been engineered to withstand most production processing conditions in a way that we can really provide products with a traceable physical fingerprint from producer until retail. And then at any point in time, a product, finished product or intermediate product can be submitted to a simple and quick verification test to determine if it really is what it is claimed to be and to capture statistically relevant supply chain data. A record is then created for every sample verified, and the client receives a verification report. And finally, our ingredient label mark and trace by ELIXA, combined with other engaging system like barcodes, can be used to allow company to inform about their traceability effort and also to share supply chain data information with their consumers or with their clients. Now, label, certificate, digital data can be manipulated, can be falsified, can be copied, but the invisible markers always prove that the product really is what it is claimed to be. And this way, we really bring full visibility into complex supply chains. Each marker is also a label of authenticity, ensuring the identification and protection of products that might differentiate through quality, through processing, or through fiber type. And then our solution provide reliable data that support your product claims. We validate product claims related to origin, quality, processing at each and every step of the supply chain. And this is also the way we support best practices and protect the use of certain claims or of certain standards. So we protect the interests of manufacturers and brands in the cotton, the wool, the cashmere, and the silk industry. So these are the companies we work with. And here you can see the logo of some of these manufacturers or brands. Additional recognition has been received from organizations such as the Organic Cotton Accelerator and the United Nations Commission, Economic Commissions for Europe. And with that, I would conclude, inviting you to talk to us if you're willing to contribute to establish our higher level of openness and accountability into global textile supply chains. Thank you.
Dr. Pudo, thank you very much for your presentation. Wonderful. I think transparency, traceability, that's one of the key elements of the future sustainable global textile manufacturing production. So thank you very much for your insights in your company, in your innovation. And please, I prepared 4 questions, yes, that I wanted to ask you. First of all, are you also providing the digital interface to manage the supply chain data?
Yes, we can provide one. We can provide access to our data storage and tracking system if a company requests so, but it's not mandatory. So alternatively, we can also rely on the client's data management system. And sometimes this is the preferred way. And generally, the test results are provided in a digital format and therefore can be recorded into any EPR or blockchain system.
Okay, okay. And where's the data related to information of products using your marker stored, and how can it be accessed?
So every time we do a verification test, we record that into our tracking system, and the client receives a verification report by email. Alternatively, if requested, we enable the clients to access our tracking system in a way that we can also help them manage their supply chain data and verification test results. And there can be also an extra step, that is, consumer can be also granted access to some of this supply chain data through systems such as QR code or alternative method based on the brand choosing, which can be applied on the product itself.
Okay. Okay. And the marker itself, is it harmless, or do they affect the organic nature of cotton or its quality?
Absolutely not. So the markers have been approved as chemical inputs by the Global Organic Style Standard, and therefore can be used in GOTS certified products. They are inert, and they are added in trace level minute amounts, nor affect any production steps.
Okay, that's good. That's good. And please, my last question. In your opinion, how can innovations like yours support the Indian textile industry?
Yeah, sure. So I believe that to stay competitive in the Indian players, we'll have to need to create a differentiated value proposition, focusing on quality rather than just quantity, and embracing digitalization and innovation across the supply chain is certainly a way to do that. Additionally, with product authenticity and traceability becoming key differentiators, I think it is important to invest into advanced traceability solution to help to improve indeed the product origin and integrity. And I think such added value would surely help India to regain some market share and maintain existing one by better really positioning itself.
Yeah, I totally agree. Perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. Puru. That's it. Thank you for your presentation and your answer to the questions, and giving us insights in your technology. And I wish you a lot of success on your journey, bringing this technology to the textile production and make it more traceable and more sustainable, and with that also more competitive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the second presentation of our session, and now since I know that Mr. Deka is here, and we had a chat, and you know, we did a recording of his presentation, but I know that Mr. Deka, he wants to present, he likes to take the opportunity and present live. So I kindly ask the organizers to let Mr. Deka share his screen, that he can come up with his presentation, please. Sorry, is that possible? Is it possible to stop the video because Mr. Deka wants to present live? Perfect, perfect, perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Deka, I see
Thank you.
Yes, you can hear me?
I can hear you, Dr. Gloy. Thank you very much.
Oh, perfect. And I can hear you, so I believe that the rest of the audience is also hearing you. Please let me introduce you. Please let me introduce you. So, Mr. Prasanta Deka, he is market head of Rita in India and member of the executive team, ET. And then from his education, he got a very, very dangerous combination. He is graduated in textile technology, so he got a technology focus, but he also got an MBA in marketing and finance. So that's wonderful combination, technology and finance, very good. He's been working for Rita since 1996 and has been instrumental in building Rita setup in India, including the product introduction to the market from local manufacturing. Mr. Deka, I see your presentation is ready. I wish you a lot of fun. The floor is yours, and afterwards we have some time for questions. Please go ahead.
Roy, and thank you, CT, for this opportunity. Trend in digitization, particularly in textiles, and I would mostly talk on spinning because we represent spinning. Now, to start with, why is the data the new oil? So we know that digitization is not possible without data. So it is, I think, everything about data. And now when we talk about what happened to the data analytics, I mean, how did it develop in last couple of years? So I think we all know that we started with descriptive data, where mainly it was sensing and streaming and observing and recording the data, and just to see what is happening. And then I think we went to the next step, where the diagnostic approach started, where the actions were taken based on the events that were recorded by the systems that we have at present. And then we went to the next step, or we have to go to the next step, which is called predictive. Predictive is something where it's a learning and agile process. I mean, where we try to really analyze and see what is likely to happen in future. I mean, it's kind of a preventive, and that's why we call it as predictive. Then the next step, of course, is prescriptive, and this is what is called contextual and optimizing. So this is where, based on the data and the models that we have, we try to simulate conditions, and we try to find out what should I do if something goes wrong. For example, whether it's a manufacturing plant, whether it's a marketplace, or any other areas. I mean, we should know what we have to do. Last one, of course, cognitive. Cognitive is nothing but decision making and acting. So in cognitive approach, you really decide. There is a proactive behavior. The automatic, for example, I can say you can do machine settings automatically without even the intervention of a human being. So this is the cognitive approach. Now, if we see a real example from another industry today, I will not talk much about it because all of you know what is happening in automobile industry. I mean, we started with a driver, where a driver used to sense everything, all the situations, and control the car. Then now what we are experiencing, that there is a sufficient level of digitization or automation. We are able to reduce accidents. We are able to reduce harmful emissions, fuel economy, and all this stuff. And what is happening in future is that I mean, everything is predictive. The cars can talk to each other. They can find out if some other car is coming. They can communicate. So this is what we are actually looking at also in textile industry. Now, what are the opportunities of digital transformation, particularly in spinning? I mean, we see that the experience of digital technologies in private life, and there is a generation shift. I mean, the new generation, they are more used to digitize stuff rather than the gadgets or the old style medias, where we do not have a lot of digitization. And the another one is that we immediately need access to relevant information. I mean, we have no time to wait. We can't wait for reports. We can't wait for some analysis. We just want to have it click of a computer. I mean, click of a key. Then there are difficulties in finding operators. I mean, I don't talk about developed countries, even countries like India, where we have so much of manpower. We have difficulties in finding operators. Increasing wages, of course, may not be true for some countries like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, but it is going on, increasing. The last two major points, I mean, we have lack of reliable and quality conscious personnel. I mean, this is specific to spinning industry, because the knowledge based industries are attracting most of the resources, and you are really lack of people who can manage the show in our industry. And the last one, analytical thinking, it's missing. I mean, it's missing in the sense that we do have people, but it's slowly fading away. So what do we do after 10 years? I mean, when we have no people to manage our meal? So now digital technology in spinning mill, those who are in spinning, you can really correlate this diagram, this layout. Those who are not, this is how a spinning system looks like. From the left side, you give the inputs, the raw materials, and the end product, the yarns comes out. What happened in last decade was that it was individual machine specific. I mean, you have no connection. You had no connection between two machines, and you had no connection between two processes. I would say most of the mills, even today, are running like this with partial digitization. But then focus was only individual machines. Now, the digital technology in spinning has facilitated that we can connect each and every machine, and we can also connect each and every process. So it's not only about the machines, but you can also connect the the ERP system of a particular mill, where we can manage their input inventories, the also the finished good inventories. We can connect all the third parties, whether it's a filter plant, whether it's a compressor, or any other things, testing labs, everything can be connected into one platform. So this is the power of the process intelligence and the analytics that we have today with the digital transformation. Now, Essential is what we call it in our Reuters digital spinning suite. So here, this is all in one mill management system, and it connects all machines, it connects all auxiliaries and all business management systems. So it is built on customer specific needs. So it's not something which is standard, and it allows all the mill owners, the managers and operators to manage and monitor everything in one click. So if you look at the right side, the diagram, I mean, Essential Basic at the bottom is what is today very common, and you have a web shop, you can order everything with web shop. The next is Essential Monitoring. This is also very common nowadays, where you monitor production quality and energy. And then the third step is Essential Maintain. So this has been catching up, where you try to monitor the health of the machine and try to do preventive maintenance. And the last one, of course, Essential Predict, where you do predictions and correlation alarms. I mean, if we see the data analytic evolvement, we are exactly on that track. Now, what are the impacts? The first one, of course, is traceability. You are able to trace back any particular product which was manufactured a couple of months back, or a couple of weeks back, or even a year back, where from the raw material came, how it was processed, and what was the conditions during the work in progress. You can see the machine settings at that time. You can see what were the system and process dependency know-how, and of course we can also have the online quality measurements of these products. This is how the data in the looks like when you have to have Excel files and a lot of data, where somebody has to really analyze, put formulas to arrive at a particular decision. This becomes very simple with digitized technology. The last one, the requirement from the recycling and sustainability. The last session, we heard a lot of things about sustainability. So the global recycling standards, I mean, they are intended to meet the needs of companies who are looking to verify the recycled content of their products. Now, and then also it ensures production processes should fulfill social and environmental and chemical regulations. It applies to product containing at least 20% recycled material. And it also applies to processes like ginning, spinning, weaving, knitting, I mean entire value chain. So finally we are talking about traceability again. The last one from my side, what are the impact, or what are the advantages of digital monitoring or digital transformation. I would not go line by line, but you can see that productivity, manpower, downstream efficiency, yarn realization, quality cuts, energy saving, everywhere you are able to improve. And finally, I think it's a win-win situation. Thank you very much for your listening.
Hello. Can you hear? Yeah, Mr. Dika. Thank you very much for your presentation. You know what I really like, that's the 3-level approach, monitor, maintain, predict. That's, of course, first you have to start to get the data, then you can make a value out of that. And I also like especially your last slide, and me as a technician, I always like technology, but it's always the question, okay, what does technology bring you? What's the return on invest? And I really like your realistic approach and say, you see, here we just got something, here we've got something, here we've got something. In total, that's a really huge impact that digitalization will give with the help of your technology. I prepared some questions. Please let me ask you 3 questions, Mr. Decker. Is the textile industry in general and spinning in particular ready to go for digital manufacturing? What are the challenges? So, Mr. Decker, we can't hear you. Your microphone, please.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah.
Sorry. I mean, this is a very, very important question, and I think the right moment to really deliberate on this. I mean, we have the spinning industry is very old, as you know, and the spinning industries mostly work in a life cycle of 20 to 25 years. I mean, if you have supplied a machine 20 years back, it's still running. Huh?
Yeah.
It's still running. So
your machine is still running, not from the competitor.
Yeah. So the biggest challenge is here. How do we bring in the old install base to the new generation digital systems? I mean, when it comes to a new greenfield project, it's quite easy. I mean, you have the machines which are prepared to be connected with such a system, but then the challenge is the old machines. I mean, yes, a lot of works are going on, and I think it will be possible. Now the second challenge is there are many solutions coming from different suppliers, and the end users, particularly the spinning industry, there are little bit confusions. I mean, confusions in the sense which way we should go. How do we connect our systems? Because a digital transformation can work well if you buy a full system from a supplier, because then the supplier can really give you a compact system. But then when you have different machines, then you have different challenges. But I'm sure this will be also done very soon.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Second question: how do you see the digital revolution in a country like India, where manpower is not an issue?
Yeah, I mean, we first initially thought digitization is not for India. It is for countries like US, or Europe, where some textile still exists. But we were proven wrong. I mean, we have seen now our customers who are thinking in this direction, and they would like to, go for digitization. Not only because they will be able to reduce people, but then it facilitates many other things. I mean, it facilitates, you have seen in my presentation all the advantages. I think it is irrespective of availability of manpower, the industry has to welcome this change.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. My last question: could you explain how traceability is impacted by digital manufacturing?
Yeah, very much. I mean, when I heard the last session, I mean, there itself, it was very clear how important is traceability. I mean, Today, a small example, I mean, from the time we produce something till the time it reaches our buyer or our consumer, I mean, there is a time lag. And if something happens, then it's very, very important for us to go and track back. I mean, what happened? What happened? I mean, from where it came. So it can help either to diagnose our processes. It can also help to improve our processes, and it can also help us to defend ourselves that we did everything right. There cannot be anything which is going wrong here. So I think traceability is important. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, perfect. Mr. Decker, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time, for your presentation and your input, your thoughts, and wish you a lot of success on your journey in bringing digitalization with your technology to India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are running a little bit out of time, but that should not bind us, because I'm very pleased to welcome another panelist, Dr. J.V. Rao from the Textile Skill Council of India. The Textile Skill Council, TSC, is an industry-driven organization dedicated towards capacity building of the Indian textile industry. And it was set up in 2014, and its aim is to train about 1 million person in 10 years. 1 million person in 10 years. It is headed by the chairman of CITI. Dr. Rao will tell us about the role of TSC in improving digital literacy among the human resources for Indian textile industry of the future. Dr. Rao, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Let me begin with what Prashant Decker has said towards the end of his lecture, where digitization, when they wanted to have it, they had their own doubts whether it will be applicable to Indian conditions or not. On a similar note, we also had a lot of challenges when we wanted to make sure that our workforce is in tune with the technological developments that are taking place all across the world. But then there are many challenges when we talk about skilling of the Indian textile industry workforce, basically because we have totally 6 major challenges when compared to all other textile producing countries. The first one is that unlike all other countries, in the case of Indian textiles, we have a wide range of technologies, be it in spinning, weaving, knitting, processing, including technologies like handloom technology. So we have a wide range of products. We have a wide range of fibers to be handled. And we have to necessarily make sure that the skilled workforce is in tune with the developments that have taken place and the future developments that are going to come into place. So when Textile Sector Skill Council was established 7 years back, I was given the target of making sure that industry-ready workforce is made available. So we first analyzed the kind of problems the industry has. Now, to begin with, if you look at the quality of the workforce, majority of them either not undergone a formal schooling, or they have never had any education, and they're all coming from different regions. So there is always a language barrier. Unlike other countries, we have several languages. And the industry is widespread, starting from up country in the Jammu and Kashmir down to south and east to west. So we had a lot of challenges in making sure that we prepare the workforce to suit all kinds of conditions. Now, the other major issue which we have is that majority of the workforce is coming from clusters where the industry is not in existence, which means that majority of the workforce is migrant labor. These migrant labor work for a short while, maybe few weeks, a few months, and then they go back. And again, they may or they may not come. With the result, the industry is always having a permanent department like any other production department, like they do have a training department. and training always goes on because the attrition rates are quite high. So the challenge before our Sector Skill Council was, how do we make sure that all these things are met as per the industry requirements? Now, the another point before Textile Sector Skill Council was came into existence is the quality of the training. There's no systematic or internationally or nationally accepted occupational standards. It was all subjective. It all depends upon the kind of trainer the unit has engaged. So the quality of the training was in a big doubt. So we were asked to develop a system which will be acceptable by the industry. So to sum up, the major challenges we had is a wide range of products and diversity in fibers, and the problems of ill-educated workforce plus migrant workers. So we had no option than to rely upon the latest technology, that is digital literacy. Now, as I told you that the majority of them are not even gone to schools. So any training material that is prepared has to be in such a fashion that it should be more pictorial than in any language. The second thing is most of this training takes place on the job, which means that we have to develop ensures that the worker need not be all the time on the production line. He should be in a position to go and get himself acquainted with the skills online. So we have developed a digital learning process. In fact, recently we have also taken the advantage of automatic identification and data capture, so that the training handbook, which will have a QR code, once it is scanned through QR code, he will be able to assess all the information which is available on the cloud, and it is also made available in the language in which he can understand. So as DECA had put it, one of the reasons why it is successful in India is because the skilled workforce has been made familiar with digital technologies. Another factor which I think I should definitely bring it to the notice is that irrespective of the factor whether the person is coming from a metro or a 3-tier or 4-tier towns or maybe in remote places, they're all familiar with the smartphones. The acquaintance with the smartphones has helped us to a great extent to digitize most of the training content and made available on a mobile phone, so that the workers are always in line with what is happening, and they have the right kind of training material at their disposal to get themselves trained. So TSC over the last 7 years has made use of extensively the digital technology and tried to answer the major issues which industry was facing prior to establishment of TSC. So we also of the opinion that sooner or not later, we will be coming out with a full-fledged digitized training materials for technical textiles, which is going to come in a big way for Indian industry. When we talk about the technical textiles, the basic machine operations are going to be same, whether in the case of conventional and technical textile processing. But the major issue is on product development, product designing, product quality evaluation. So we are using the digital technology to prepare the required training materials and the skills to make sure that the industry will get the right kind of a workforce. And all this has happened is because of the digital literacy which we are proceeding further. I think that has answered my specific point, that how it has helped in improving the skill requirement of the industry. Thank you.
Dr. Rao, thank you very much. That's a wonderful approach to a really big question: skills, competencies, digital literacy, technical textile. Thank you very much for giving us insights in your work, what you are doing. And I think that has really a big impact on the Indian textile industry, not only today, but also in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Rao, Dr. Rao.
Thank you.
So since we still are live, and I would just want to ask in the audience if there are any questions that we should ask here. Any questions someone wants to ask Mr. Dekar, Dr. Rao, a question? You have the chance right now. If not, we go to our tea break. So I just wait a little bit. If someone is writing something in the chat or raising the voice to ask a question. I don't hear anything. I don't see something in the chat. So I think the presentations went well because there are no questions. And in any case, I would like to thank everyone contributing to the session again. Thank you very much for your time, for your valuable time, for your presentation and insights. I would like to answer the organizers for giving us a chance. And of course, I'd like to say to all participants, enjoy the rest of the conference. And please, I'm really looking forward that after the pandemic, we are able to travel again. I would love to be in India with you right now. As said, enjoying the interaction, enjoying your beautiful country, your hospitality. So let's hope that we can meet soon again. And I wish you all a lot of success and a good time. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Improves the skill among the human resources for Indian textile and clothing industry. I would like to first tell that the Indian textile and clothing industry, unlike other textile producing countries, has certain unique features when we talk about skilling the workforce. Let me first list out these issues and then how TSC was able to overcome these rules using digital literacy. Now, to begin with, the manufacturing technology in India is highly diversified. In the sense, we have the state-of-art technology in spinning, whereas in weaving, it starts with handlooms and non-auto looms to high-speed shirtless looms. Similarly, in processing, we have tiny dyeing units to the latest CDRs. Probably India is the only country which has the complete range of products starting from conventional clothing to high-end technical textiles made of the complete range of fibers, being natural or manufactured fibers. The third very important issue which we are facing is, if you look at the educational background of the workforce, especially for blue-collar jobs, they're either minimally qualified or might not have undergone any formal schooling. So it is a big challenge for them to read and write, even good communication skills. Majority of them are from places where the industry does not exist. They are migrant workers, therefore they work for a few months and go back to their villages. They may or may not return to work in the same industry. Therefore, the degree of attrition is very high, resulting in significant skill dilution at unique levels. In addition to all these four issues, there is another issue which with these workers. They come from different parts of the country, so they do not have the common language to communicate. This is another big challenge to skilling them, which means that we need to make sure that the skilling is done at different levels in different languages to cater to different technologies. Plus, it has to cater to a wide range of units, starting for highly sophisticated to small and medium and tiny units. Another issue before TSC was, while TSC was established, is the training quality at the unit level, which completely depends upon the expertise of the trainer. That means the training is highly subjective. It depends upon how efficient the trainer is. Whereas in larger units, they had the affordability to engage highly skilled trainers and establish dedicated training centers, whereas the medium and small units were completely dependent upon the trainer's capabilities, which means the training quality is highly subjective. And this has resulted in a lot of variations in the quality and the production levels at the unit level. And this is one of the serious issues which was brought to us while TSC was established to develop the complete skilling ecosystem. So looking at all these issues in the beginning, TSC had a Herculean task to find out a way to develop a skilling system which will meet the industry needs. Thank goodness, it is a digital literacy which enabled TSC to improve the skilling ecosystem to meet the industry needs. In India, people come from even from remote areas are well versed to operate smartphones. So it helped us to use the digital technology to skill the workforce. For example, we are now preparing trainees handbooks where most of the information is provided in pictorial form so that an illiterate person can also understand. Further, to ensure that the person can undergo training at ease, irrespective of whether he is at the training center or elsewhere, we are now making use of AIDC, that is automated identification and data capture, which automatically identifies the objects, collects the data without human involvement, so that the trainee can acquire the required skills by looking at these images, and also they are interacting. We are also in close association with the machine manufacturers so that they have the right kind of digital formats for training the workers. So we are in collaboration with them to see that using the digital formats, we will be in a position to train the existing, and also we are in the process of preparing for future skills.
Sodhiji, please start.
Hello. One second, Uday.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Mr. Sodhi and Dr. Sunanda, do you want us to start with our session now?
No, let me introduce you.
No. Just sorry to interrupt, because in the program we have 12:15 European time, which is only in 40 minutes. You see.
Okay. Okay. Then please start. Please start. Welcome the moderator and panelists to this session.
Yes, but then not all the speakers are with us yet. Can you please try to contact Mr. van der Kerkhoff so that he joins now, because they are assuming that we would start only in 40 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Uday Gill is with us, so we start with him, and then Mr. Kai Hughes is also with us, I think, already. Let me quickly check. And then please call also Mr. Kai Hughes and inform them that they are already invited to join the session now.
I can see Mr. Kai. I can see Mr. Kai already.
Excellent. So 1 second, please, everyone. Thanks for your patience. Well, good morning and good afternoon to all of you, and even good evening to some of you in the very east of our world. First of all, I would like to thank CT for inviting ITMF to become an international partner of the second Global Textile Conclave in 2021. In this session, we are looking at the global fiber situation. Fibers are the basis material for any textile product. The availability and the functional characteristics of fibers are crucial for the performance of the downstream textile industry. Fiber producers must constantly adapt to new demand requirements. While functional criteria and prices of fibers were and are crucial, with sustainability, one additional aspect came to the forefront in the past decade. We are very fortunate today to welcome 3 eminent experts from the fiber industry who will share with us their expertise and especially their vision for our industry from a fiber perspective. Before I start introducing the first speaker, I would like to let everybody know that the 3 presentations will be made available after the event, if this is wished so. Having said that, now let me introduce our first speaker. Mr. Uday Gill is Chief Strategy Officer of Indorama Ventures Limited, headquartered in Thailand since 2007. Indorama Venture Limited is an $11 billion global leader in the petrochemical and fiber space, with 104 manufacturing sites in 31 countries around the world. Prior to Indorama Venture Limited, Mr. Gill was business head of Reliance Industries in Mumbai from 1991 to 2007, and chief executive for JCT Limited in New Delhi. And prior to that, he worked for the Cotton Corporation in Mumbai as executive director in the early 90s. Let us now listen to Mr. Gill's presentation.
Christian, it has to be loaded by the technical.
Yes, the organizers, please play the recorded version of the presentation. The question and answer session will be live. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I thank Citi for inviting me to their platform, and I thank Dr. Christian for hosting this panel. First of all, I must say that our current generation is in a consumption trap, wherein reducing consumption will have serious economic consequences. While not doing so, we'll have to bear huge environmental costs. We have not been accounting for environmental costs in our textile design, textile production and consumption, and that continues to strain on our natural systems and resources. Our preference of stuff and experience has taken precedence over clean water, clean air, lush green forests, and its ecosystems. Someone is paying the price as the species are getting extinct, climate is getting more hostile, and eventually humans will not escape the consequences of our own actions. As we have economically progressed, the planet, which is the major stakeholder, has suffered. So compellingly now, we are bringing sustainability to the forefront as our human existence is coming under threat. 91% of the world's population lives in places where air pollution exceeds WHO safe limits. Air pollution has become one of the leading causes of death. While textiles are helping to solve some of the big problems like air filtration, water filtration, but it still continues to pose challenges for sustainability. Our textile production and consumption has grown by 60% to 56 million tons over the last 15 years, and it's going to more than double by 2050. And we are wasting $500 billion worth value of textiles by not recycling and also underutilizing the availability of our resources. The fundamentals of sustainability have not changed. It continues to be reduce, reuse, recycle. But we have to focus more on durable design, design for recycling, and shared economy like garment rentals, and also focusing on recycling when a garment is recycled back to the garment at the same quality. There are hurdles to bring the textile recycling to the scale where we can say that we are sustainable in terms of our use, production, and our design. Fast fashion and the very design of textiles we use has become difficult to handle as we cannot separate the multiple components, and the footprint of our textile production is forcing the logistics of crisscross movement. Our habits and behaviors need to change and need wider social awareness that fast fashion and human desire to change need to be balanced, keeping in view the environmental costs and the economic output. So far, we have not achieved much success in the textile recycling. the PET bottle to textile recycling into fabrics and garments does not solve the problem of textile waste. So what we need to do, it cannot be solved by a single agency or a single individual. We need to build a global infrastructure for recycling. The governments will have to participate more in creating policies and incentivize recycling technologies and sustainable technologies. Similarly, we have to develop processes that help design and sustainable manufacture of garments. So, and there is a need for social clusters to participate in our recycling and the sustainable initiatives. Eventually, it's like-to-like recycling, what we have to address, and it will require active participation of communities, social clusters, comments, and encourage shorter supply chains near the consumption centers. I'm very encouraged to see a collaboration amongst all the stakeholders for sustainable textile solutions, and the momentum for this is building up very rapidly. I can see that United Nations drive to fashion industry to net zero greenhouse gas emission no later than 2050, in line with keeping global warming standards of less than 1.5 degrees under their fashion charter for climate action. ITMF is also involved in this project. And similarly, there are other universities and institutes who are participating. To name one or two: Biotex Future, Sustainable Apparel Coalition. And not only these institutions, but there's certain countries like Bangladesh, Finland, who have taken initiatives, like Bangladesh being a large garment producer, is aiming to achieve long-term scalable transition to circular fashion economy. Similarly, Finland has created an eco-community for Greenfield Hub on a large scale. So these are really examples which the rest of the world has to embrace. Similarly, to name the industrial brands, H&M is one of the leaders in embracing sustainability solutions for textiles, and they are also able to issue 500 million sustainability-linked bonds, which also shows that there is value in following these actions. At Indorama, we have committed to invest $1.5 billion in recycling, and we are actively collaborating with other like-minded stakeholders in the industry. We run all our projects through what we call our sustainability lens, and we'll encourage other industries to follow the same. And we have recently relaunched a brand, Deja, which is our sustainability lead for IVL products. Way forward, we have to maintain and improve the quality of life by protecting diversity and ecosystems of our planet. Sustainability has evolved into a broader term, ESG, environment, social governance, and it has become a source of competitive advantage. To end, we all have to address our past unsustainable behaviors and actions and be answerable to the next generations. This artwork is made by my grandson, Cameron Witt, with the theme, Hope for Our Life is in Human Hands. We owe answer to our next generations. This artwork was recognized in UK, and it will be printed on the Christmas cards for 2021. And I must say that we have to sensitize everyone in our communities to participate in these initiatives that are meant for all good. Thank you very much for listening to me and for your time. Thank you. Good afternoon Ladies and gentlemen, I thank Citi for inviting me to their platform, and I thank Dr. Christian.
Can we please stop the video now?
First of all, I must say that our current generation is in a consumption trap, wherein reducing consumption will have serious economic consequences. Christian?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gill, for this very comprehensive and inspiring presentation. We will have to come back to some aspects in the Q&A part of the session. Let me now first introduce our next speaker. Mr. Kai Hughes, he is the Executive Director of the International Cotton Advisory Committee, ICAC, based in Washington, D.C., USA. The ICAC is one of only 7 intergovernmental commodity bodies recognized by the United Nations. Prior to the ICAC, he was the Managing Director of the International Cotton Association, ICA, based in Liverpool, and was also instrumental in the formation of the ICA Bremen, a joint venture with the Bremen Cotton Exchange for Cotton Testing, Research and Quality Training Center. Kai, may I please invite you to share your presentation with us? Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Christian, for that introduction and for allowing me the opportunity to say a few words about the cotton outlook. And after that, I just want to touch on a few subjects that I believe will dictate what the future cotton landscape will look like and what we in the cotton and textile sector need to be thinking about. I've only got 8 minutes, so I'll not be able to cover these subjects in depth, but rather I'm hoping to give you some nuggets and some key points to think about. So let me start by setting the scene and looking at the current production and consumption figures and our forecast for the next season. Global production for 2020-21 is currently estimated at 24.2 million tons, which is an 8% decrease from the previous season, with decreases coming from several major producers such as the United States, Brazil, Pakistan, West Africa, Turkey, and Uzbekistan. Consumption for 2020-21 is estimated to be 24.5 million tons. The 7% expected growth in mill use, whilst a recovery, would not be a complete rebound from the losses incurred during the pandemic, but it would certainly exceed production for the current season. With consumption exceeding production, stock levels are expected to decrease to 21.1 million tons by the end of the season. And the stocks to use ratio is expected to fall to 0.86 from the historic high reached last season of 0.94. I think we have some noise in the background.
Can you now lecture? Can you please mute?
Okay, I'll carry on. And the international reference price for cotton, the Cotlook A index, has steadily risen over the course of the season. Increased demand will be linked to economic recovery and also the control of the pandemic. Overall, there will be an expansion in planted area globally, which will result in slightly higher prices and a likely increased supply. Now, I would like to quickly cover some of the main challenges for cotton moving forward. I know that many of you will have seen this graph by me produced by the ICA, which I've shown many, many times. However, what I want you to note is the huge growth in the consumption of synthetic fibers, especially over the last 20 to 25 years. And that during that time, the consumption of cotton has remained relatively stable at around 20 to 25 million tons. So what this has meant for cotton is that if you look at that grey line, cotton's share of the market has dropped from approximately 68% in 1960 down to just 27% in 2020 and could be around 25% in 2025. Even though consumption has risen from just over 10 million tons in 1960 to nearly 25 million tons today. And perhaps most interestingly, whilst the population continues to grow, cotton usage per person has not really changed much since 1960. What has changed is our use of synthetic or chemical fibers. So the big question is, will this still be the case over the next 10 years? Well, over the last couple of years, and particularly over the last year, we have seen some major developments and changes in consumer thinking that I think are important when predicting future cotton demand. Firstly, let's have a look at the effects of COVID on people's purchasing preferences, as this could be a key to the future. First of all, people in developed countries such as the US, the EU and Japan, which are the top 3 importers of textiles and apparel goods, are expected to increase their online shopping post-COVID-19 with an estimated 20% growth in online shopping for apparels and in the US alone. In particular, in athleisure wear, which was already becoming a mega trend before the pandemic started, has seen a huge increase as more and more workers in developed countries are working from home. Sustainability is also a very important topic for consumers, and brands are becoming more engaged in producing more sustainable and circular products. In addition, because of social media, consumers, especially Generation Z consumers, are making more conscious choices about what they wear. And because of the pandemic and accusations of forced labor in areas like Xinjiang, they're becoming more aware of how vulnerable employees in the fashion value chain are. So these consumers are likely to make issues such as ethical sustainability and environmental sustainability a longer-term trend. This generation is also much more aware of issues such as sustainability and the effects of production on climate change, so these need to be major factors in the production of textiles and apparel and their labeling. So let's just take a quick look at climate change. It's fair to say that cotton production contributes very little to climate change. In fact, if you break it down in terms of all the greenhouse gas emissions associated with cotton production is somewhere between 5 and 10%, and even less if organic. And this figure is linked to the use of irrigation, fertilizers, and pesticides. However, the manufacture of cotton accounts for 20 to 30% of greenhouse gas emissions and is associated with the production and processing of cotton, such as spinning and the use of chemicals. But the biggest contributor to greenhouse gases actually comes from us when we wash and iron our clothes and bed sheets. In fact, for all fibers, both natural and synthetic, the greenhouse gas emissions will be the same during the yarn production phase. So what is important is actually what happens before that. Now here is a comparison of CO2 equivalent per kilogram of fiber during production. However, I should note that the graph only considers energy for the production of synthetic fibers, and it doesn't consider the energy costs of mining fossil fuels, petroleum production, and the environmental burden of non-degradability. So the picture would be even worse for synthetics if we did that, especially as cotton is biodegradable. And the figures for cotton reflects conventional cotton. For organic cotton, the greenhouse gas emissions would be even less. So the story here is that synthetic fibers are bad for the environment. Anyway, but they're even worse than this graph shows due to the greenhouse gases emitted during the mining of fossil fuels, etc., used to make them. However, when we look at population growth, world population growth, we can see that over the next 10 to 12 years, the growth is mainly in Asia, especially China and India. And as these countries grow and become more wealthy, there is more money to spend on apparel goods. And thus the big question is that if there is a move away from synthetic fibers, how will cotton be able to fill this gap when it already has competition from food and for land? Can it in fact fill that gap? Or will some of that gap be replaced by recycled clothing and other non-chemical based products? To conclude, I have to admit that there is one major and urgent problem for cotton on the horizon, the elephant in the room, and that is climate change. As temperatures increase, we get more rains and more erratic monsoons and frequent floods as well as droughts. I find this a very sobering picture, especially when I look at those traditional rain-fed cotton areas in Africa, India, and South America. Needless to mention, erratic rainfall can devastate rain-fed agriculture. Temperatures are predicted to go up between 1 and 2 degrees by 2025, and even an average 1 degree temperature rise can cause huge losses for the cotton crop. So you can see this is a very complex story around cotton, and I've only briefly touched on just a few topics. However, the future for cotton, I believe, looks brighter than it has ever has been over the last decade, as it is becoming more and more the sustainable fiber of choice. And now we need to shout about all that is good about cotton and also the value added by its byproducts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kai, for this special look at cotton and its place and perspective in the world's textile industry. I will get back to you and some of your points mentioned in the Q&A part, but let me now go on to our third eminent speaker, and we are really happy also to have today with us Mr. Robert van de Kerkhof. He is the Chief Commercial Officer of Lenzing, headquartered in Austria. Lenzing is one of the world's leading producers of cellulosic fibers. In his role, he is heading the performance of marketing and sales, corporate sustainability, and supply chain. A veteran in the fiber industry with over 25 years of experience, he is also the president of the Austrian Fiber Institute and vice president of CIRFS, the European Man-Made Fiber Association. Prior to Lenzing, Mr. van der Kerkhof began his career as an aeronautical engineer at Fokker Aircraft. Since then, he has taken up roles in Tenkate, DuPont, and Invista. Mr. van der Kerkhof, the floor is yours. Thank you for your presentation. You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you very much. And I'm also trying to share my screen. Not sure if you can already see it.
Yes, we can.
You can. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. Voila. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I would like to start already immediately off with this slide. And I would like to first of all give a compliment to the organization for an excellent program, and also to my two predecessors, because I think it's very complimentary of what I'm going to say, because I would like to focus a little bit on the whole future of sustainable sourcing. We talk now since many years that fashion is a major contributor to the sustainability issues our planet is facing. Since many years, and every time we hear, oh, we need to start now, it is 5 to 12, we need to start now. And I'm getting a little bit worried, because as long as we think we still have 5 minutes left, we are not really starting. I think it is 5 past 12, and I really would like to then also build on the comment that Kai just made. If you look at the impact of, for instance, now the climate change has on floodings, on droughts, those are effects we are confronted with today. And I'm not even talking about the future of our employee workforce that need to work in the fields, etc., under extremely hot temperature conditions. So this is really an issue that we need to work on today. Now, if I look at where are we see 2 battles being fought. I'm a little bit provocative here. 2 battles being fought. The other one is fighting for the planet. We have leaders, like we just heard, Indorama, definitely a leader. 1.5 billion commitment in circularity. 1.5 billion, that is a huge commitment, because it's not only the money, but it's also all the people, the management attention it gets, significant commitment. Then we heard also about the impact on the cotton side, and also what they're trying to do to improve the overall impact on reducing pesticides, etc. A huge effort is taking place right now to recycle garments, to reduce the amount of CO2 emissions, to be much more aware of what creates microplastics and what we can do to stop it. We also talked a little bit already about the forced labor issues that are coming up, because labor is a huge issue. We all remember the Rana Plaza event in Bangladesh, but also of course, the more recent forced labor issues that we hear from cotton in China. So we really see the industry realizing the problems and really fighting for the planet. But if we then look at the fast fashion, if we then look at some of the retailers that are really growing quite rapidly, that are actually also responsible for setting the product specifications that in the end get sold to the consumers, these guys are fighting for the penny. So we have an imbalanced world, discount battles, every day, low prices, every day, new collections. So please buy it, wear 2 weeks and then throw it away. So this mindless consumption is really driven by the marketing strategy. And then you have the people that really also, this bullwhip effect in the value chain. And what I mean with that is the people that are trying to take advantage of the innovations that some people early in the value chain are bringing. So for instance, if we bring an innovation that costs a lot of money in R&D and also has a higher production price and therefore might be sold maybe at a 10–20% price premium. If we then look at the beginning of the value chain, that innovation, our direct customers, the spinners or the fabric producers, they all say, wow, this is a unique product. Let me add a little bit of a premium for myself as well. And that means that a 10–20% premium might end up with 100% premium at fabric level. So it makes these kind of innovations almost not competitive or way too expensive for the brands and retailers to introduce those. And we've personally seen that with the innovations like a Refibra fiber, where the commercial effect, although it is a circular concept already since a few years on a commercial scale, hardly gets bought by the brands and retailers. So that is really a big issue. So we need to be aware of these major difference in battle, and we need to change that attitude. We need to work with the leaders on both sides to make sure that we can change the industry, because we can do it. The future is now. We need to join forces. We have solutions, and I found this on the Ikorama chips. I really like the name that you launched now, Deja. As a francophone, I think it's great. It's simple. It's to the point. Very, very good. So great innovation from your side. We see innovations like Sequel. We see innovation like Reprieve. We as Lenzing have then the Refibra technology that I mentioned, but also new innovations are coming. We have launched our first fiber end of 2020, which we claim is true carbon zero. So we have reduced the amount of carbon consumed in the production process. We have then really worked with all the suppliers so they can reduce the amount of carbon that we need to use in the chemicals, etc., that we purchase. And then there's still definitely some remaining CO2, and that's where offsetting. So it is really still for us necessary to offset it, but we've done that also with NGOs that actually audit the offsetting, but we can really offer right now the true carbon zero lyocell fiber. These are just a handful of examples. There are many, many more examples that we really as an industry are bringing to the market. So it's really important that we then have those coming also to the consumers. And there, the really critical step is actually the brands and retailers that need to specify those. Plus, it needs to be then the cooperation of the value chain partners to avoid that bullwhip effect that I mentioned. Now, one of the key things that is always an issue with sustainability, and that is the lack of transparency. And there is no such thing like sustainability without transparency. And there we see a lot of new tools coming. So, for instance, there are different fiber producers that can distinguish their good fibers from bad fibers by having some kind of a tracer technology integrated in fiber. We see the HIC index that is really also trying to come up with a standardization of how the environmental impact of the various raw materials for the textile industry is being ranked and rated, and that is still under development for further optimization, but it's a great starting point at this moment. We have technologies like Circular ID, which are now being developed by a little startup in New York that will also facilitate for instance, the sorting and the selection of which garments can be used for post-consumer recycling. Small little startup, but great technology. It exists today, it just needs to be adapted. All the way from tree down to consumers with blockchain technology like the startup Textile Genesis is a great technology to really make sure also that the innovations I mentioned on the left can, without any greenwashing, be really transported to the brands and retailers and ultimately to the consumer. And then we have, of course, also more and more support. And here I just put now the EU in there, but we have more and more support from the government, from the policymakers, to make sure that these kind of technologies get preferred, that there are going to be also subsidies, regulation that is really necessary. So just as an example, I put the EU there, but I know many countries are working on providing tools to facilitate the introduction of these sustainable products. So tools are there, solutions are there. We only can do it together as leaders in the industry to bring together the future of sustainable sourcing with the brands and retailers. So there's a little bit of background noise right now. But anyway, I think my message is very clear. Solutions are there, technologies are there. So it's really up to us as leaders to make the impact, to make sure that the consumers get it, to make sure the consumer is educated. In the end, yes, there will very likely be a price increase for the consumers, but I think it's worse for the planet to make sure that the higher price is passed on. So with that, I would like to thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Robert, for your excellent presentation, which really complements the other two presentations. And I suggest that we now start very quickly with the Q&A part of our session. And my first question goes to Mr. Kai Hughes. Kai, you talked about how population is increasing and how you believe synthetic textiles will become less popular, therefore creating a demand gap. But you also said that cotton consumption has remained pretty steady over the last 10 years. So how will cotton fill this gap in demand? Can it really?
Thanks, Christian. Really interesting question. I hope I'm not going to get interrupted by, maybe we can put that person on mute. Cotton will not be able to fill completely that gap. However, what cotton can do, cotton has two big advantages. First of all, and this may sound really strange, it has low yields in Africa and India. Now, why is that an advantage? Let me explain. So if you look at other rain-fed countries like Turkey and Brazil, their yields are between 1,600 and 1,800 kilograms per hectare of cotton lint. Average yields in India are around 480 kilograms per hectare. So some of the lowest yields in the world are in India. Africa, looking at Southeast Africa, 300, 350 kilograms per hectare. In West Africa, 450 kilograms per hectare. So these two areas, Africa and India, have huge potential. One, because places like Africa have land and low yields, and India has low yields. So if we can bring those yields up, and let me just give you an example, if we just brought the yields up in India to global average, that would mean an extra 3.6 million tons of cotton produced in India each year, just to get it to world average, which is 780 kilograms per hectare. So imagine if you can get beyond that. Technology is available, and we can do that. I don't know if you can hear me, but anyway. And the other big advantage for cotton is that cotton, when we talk about cotton fiber, that is only half the story, because the other half is the byproducts of cotton. So that's what makes cotton such an attractive crop. Not only can you make clothes, you can also make food for your cattle, you can make cottonseed oil, and you can make 101 different byproducts out of cotton.
Thank you very much, Kai, for this explanation. Can I please ask everybody who is not on the panel to mute themselves, please? That brings me to our second question, which goes to both Mr. Gill and Mr. van der Kerkhof. International brands have made commitments to promote circularity. What impact is foreseen in the demand and supply of recycled fibers, especially pre and post-consumer waste? How are you gearing up for that? Maybe Mr. Gill and then Mr. Robert van der Kerkhoff.
Thank you, Christian. I must say that we are hearing by the day, a lot of brands are making commitments for circularity of textiles, which is a very, very encouraging element. But I would say that brands alone cannot do or fulfill their commitments unless the whole supply chain and the value chain responds to it. To some extent, I would say on the supply side, so far we have been able to move the bottle to fabrics into the recycling, which most of the brands have embraced, certainly. But that doesn't solve, as I said in my presentation, that doesn't solve the textile waste problem, the garments. So eventually the other brands who are Pepsi, Coke, bottling brands, they will look for more bottles to bottle, like-to-like recycling. So on like-to-like recycling, I would say there are challenges and supply challenges in terms of technology and processing the garments, because the way we design them, the way we produce them and where we produce them. And then again, there are supply chain challenges, locations. So I would say
Mr. Nolka, can you please mute yourself, Mr. Nolka?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Gill.
I was about to finish. So I can see that there has a lot of collaboration happening. I'm sorry. So I look forward to more collaboration at all levels, at community levels, so that we can support the brands to fulfill the overall industry, because that is the engine, that is where it starts, and that is where it has to end. We are all part of the supply chain. So I believe Robert is also there. He understands this subject very well. He can add to me. Robert.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Uday. Indeed, I think, building on Uday, the challenges really are initially on the supply. I think there's a three-step approach. Number one, we need to secure the supply. We need to secure the supply due to a lot of old textiles that we don't know really what is in it. So that is going to be an issue when this is going to be recycled. So how can we do the sorting? We also then need to work with designers on really designing for circularity. I think this is slowly coming. You see some brands like Adidas that are specific in the sporting goods industry. This is what is happening. And I think that is a really important move, and that needs to be adapted specifically also by the fast fashion retailers, where circularity will become really critical for the success of that business model. We also need to work with the various organizations like the recycling companies. So how do you collect the waste? How do you separate the waste? And then we need to work with the politicians to say what kind of legislation is needed. So for instance, in Europe, where I'm confronted at this moment, if I collect garments, it's considered as waste. I need a special permit if I want to transport and reprocess waste. So these are small things, but they are entry barriers. So I think those are the kind of things that we need to work on, and the EU is really committed to drive changes there at European level, and that needs to be introduced individual country legislation. Now, as a company, we need to then make sure that we are ready. So we need to prepare our assets, that we can blend in our waste at a regular level, that we also have the quality standards and the whole quality process that can do it, plus then a certification that you really make sure that it's not greenwashing. My biggest concern is that in the beginning, there will be a lot of greenwashing around circularity. And I believe that with, again, the tools I mentioned also in my presentation, this can be avoided. But we need that to gain the trust of the consumer to make sure that recycle is actually a high quality garment. I think that is really, for me, very important. So working on raw material supply, working on the legislation, and working our own assets is what we are doing to prepare for this mega trend where the train has left the station. So now it's just how fast can we actually implement it and how fast can we get the confidence of the consumer to commercialize it.
Thank you very much, both Uday and Robert, for these really in-depth answers to this very complex question of how to really go about recycling. Let me follow up with Kai on the next question. And Mr. Kotak, you will be asked a little later, so give me a few minutes and then I will take your question. You showed a lot of positives for cotton moving forward, but you ended up with a sobering negative wake-up call about climate change and the rising temperatures and the problem for cotton growing. How can we mitigate the effects of climate change on cotton?
Yes, thank you, Christian, for that question. And let me just make the picture worse, and so people really understand how bad climate change can be for cotton. So even if you have an average mean temperature of just over 26 degrees Celsius, for example, you're going to see decreases in length, you're going to see decreases in micronair, you're going to see decreases in uniformity. And when we look at temperatures over mean temperatures over 27 degrees Celsius, we see a reduction in boll weight. But more frightening is if we see mean temperatures over 32 degrees Celsius, because that's when we lose boll retention. And that is a disaster for cotton. So the potential for a disaster is there. What can we do about it? The answer is really quite simple. We have to develop temperature resilient cultivars, and we have to improve soil health. Another, I mentioned at the end that we have to shout about what is good about cotton, but actually cotton is also a great mitigator of climate change. And a lot of people don't know that. So for example, cotton will actually sequester carbon emissions and will actually sequester 0.5 kilogram of CO2 equivalent carbon emissions than it actually, 0.5 kilogram than it actually produces. So it's a great sequester of carbon. And then you add that to improving soil health, and you've really got these fantastic carbon sinks. So climate change, the outlook is bad, but we can do something about it if we develop temperature resilient cultivars and we improve soil health.
Thank you, Kai. This brings me to the fourth question, and then we open the floor for the audience. And that goes to, again, Robert and Uday. India has identified man-made fibers as a priority to rebalance the value chain. What are the opportunities and constraints for the man-made fiber value chain in India? Anyone who would like to start? Uday or Robert?
I can start. Just also building a little bit on Kai's comments earlier, because his chart was quite interesting, where you see that roughly 65% of the worldwide fiber production actually are the man-made fibers or the synthetic fibers. For India, it's the opposite way, right? I mean, it's 65% is cotton or natural fibers, and then only about 35% on the man-made fiber. So that shows you already a tremendous potential that it has to grow. But what I like to also state is, just when I look at India itself as a country, the experience I have with India and our partners in India, they really have world-class technology, world-class workforce. And I think that is a tremendous potential for growth. India has a strong domestic market, which I think for every industry to grow is something that is an opportunity to grow initially domestic and then afterwards look for the export opportunities. But also in the many years I've been doing business initially with Lycra and then now, of course, with Lenzing in India, it's also about the Indian government. And I've really seen a progress there when it comes to reducing bureaucracy or also improving the overall compliance mentality of the government and others. So I think that is a great potential. what is a barrier are still the tariffs that India applies to several of the products. I think that is a major disadvantage for the domestic industry players. They are not competitive as a consequence on the international platform of textiles. So it's hampering growth. It's also reducing, as a consequence, investments in foreign investments, because I think at this moment, why produce only for a domestic market if you have a disadvantaged position if you want to export or import. And I think specifically on the export side, I see another opportunity, because also due to COVID, we just see that brands and retailers are much more sensitive to a dominant country as a supplier. They are looking at spreading the country risk when they source fabrics or garments. And I think India has a tremendous opportunity there to become really a world-class exporter of goods. So I think that is the balance between more opportunities, a few barriers, which hopefully can be addressed in the next few years.
Let me add to Robert. I think Robert made a very pertinent remark to balance regulation and also improve.
Please, Uday. You have to unmute yourself, Uday.
So in order to follow on Robert's remarks, he's already covered, but I must say that man-made fibers, Government of India in the current textile policy recently announced has come out with major initiatives. So we will see some progress in that direction. And the second point is that I wanted to just address one thing, which certainly Mr. Kai has raised, that cotton is the super fiber. I totally agree with him. But no single fiber can deliver all the functionalities. And I must say that the real home of man-made fibers is industrial applications. That is where the man-made fibers will continue to progress, because that's where the performance comes in. So in terms of performance, man-made fibers has been very aggressively moving into non-wovens, into industrial applications. So that goes without saying. That's the real home. But on the apparel side and on the textile side, I would say cotton and viscose continue to be the fibers of choice, but the blends, I think we can move towards cotton-rich brands, and also wherever we need the functionalities to improve, the MMF comes in. What's happening is that the fashion brands are becoming more performance-driven. The fashion is looking for performance, and whereas the performance products are getting fashionable. So that's the reason man-made fibers will continue to play its role in providing the performance and also some element of fashion. So I'm a very strong believer of multiple fibers giving the functionalities, but at the same time, we have to develop. Today, we are discussing the circularity and the recycling. We have to design, as Robert also said, we have to design our garments for circularity, for recycling. And also, we have to have a balance between the economic costs, the economic output and the sustainability costs or environmental costs going forward. A lot to be done. I think we are at the moment talking to ourselves as an industry. We have to activate the communities. We have to activate the rest of the stakeholders more. And I think we are still not there, if I have to say government to government, like to like circularity or recycling. But for India, I think the future is in industrial application.
Thank you very much, Uday. This gives now the opportunity to take some questions from the floor. Mr. Kotak, you were waving your hand. Please, a short question for any of the panelists. Please unmute yourself. Mr. Kotak, can you hear me? You have to unmute yourself if you have a question. And no. Yes, now. Quick.
Can you
Thank
hear me?
Yes, please, sir.
See, I'm very happy to hear a remarkable presentations of all three friends. All have given certain common ideas. The common idea where the centrality is drawn is that resources are scarce and the resources have to be circularly used in a new circular economy. So given this fact and one of the most important points that has been brought about is the multi-use of fiber, the community of fibers to be used for multiple different uses has been very well brought out by Mr. Gill and others also. The circularity and multiple applications of the fiber is a very important thing. To the cotton's advantage, I am glad that Kai Hughes has definitely given an idea that it is not the cotton growing which creates gas emissions, but it is only the manufacturing which is a common factor which creates gas emission. That was a very well done thing. Now I have two things with this background, that utilizing the regenerative capacity of cotton and genomics, because the cotton has yet not found all the applications. Say, for example, recently we have found from cotton linters that we are able to have cellulosic nanocellulosic products which can even substitute cement. So such kind of innovations are possible. Mr. Kai Hughes, in Sarkot, we have done this kind of job, that by genomics and by multiple uses of cotton, we can create a great cotton economics, and ultimately all the fibers have to function together in the most judicious way. So this is my question: how best to take cotton further way so that we answer this question of the scarcity of resources and circularity of economy? Kindly enlighten more. Thank you.
Thank you. Kai, you want to quickly answer this question?
Off and scarcity of resources, Mr. Kotak. Well, of course, one of the big advantages of cotton is it's biodegradable, and you can actually put it back into the soil. So it's regenerative. So in that sense, we're not losing out on growing cotton. And as you quite rightly mentioned, there are all these different byproducts that you can get from cotton as well. But the big thing is it's biodegradable. You can put it back into the soil.
Thank you, Kai. We have two more questions, Mr. Kotak. Please give other people also the chance to answer the questions. We are limited on time. So the next question therefore goes to Mr. Robert. How is the future supply of lyocell and tensor to keep pace with demand?
Thank you very much for the question. What we are currently doing is we are investing a state-of-the-art plant in Thailand, which is for us a bit of the footprint for future growth. It's a 100 kiloton lyocell plant. So we really believe that we are positioning ourselves that we can accelerate the expansion of lyocell by using this new technology. At the same time, what is very critical for us is this raw material supply. So we need to get completely certified wood. It needs to be hardwood. So we are significant expanding our pulp facilities with a plantation plus wood producing pulp facility in Brazil. The Thai plant will start up end of this year, and hopefully, you know, everything will work out well, because then we can further expand. And the Thai facility will already have a pulp capacity for at least 4 additional lyocell plants. So the growth is secured with internal raw material supply and technology development.
Thank you very much. I have one more question for Mr. Gill. Is recycling another argument to reshore parts of the global textile industry to industrialized countries?
Oh, thank you, Christian. I have expressed this earlier on also. So, as we all know, that the consumption of garments, textile is happening in the Western world intensively, in the United States, North America, Europe. That's where the garments sell. That's the end consumption area. If we want to recycle those garments, you cannot think of sending them back to China or India and get them done there and brought it back. That'll be a lot of crisscross movement. And those countries are not sitting there to wash your linen. And they have already, we have seen it in plastics, they banned. So what if the garment is discarded in Europe or in US, there has to be a supply chain and a manufacturing process, which at the moment it exists in very, very small spots, still not fully complete. You cannot just say that I will collect it there and then I will chemically process into some polymer or whatever usable resource, make it a yarn, and then send it for dyeing to some dye house somewhere in China and bring it back and then sew it in Bangladesh. That'll be like, you know, wasting. I would say that'll be unsustainable in terms of if we calculate the green math of this kind of circularity will not fly. So I would say that eventually I see a parallel circular industry developing globally, which will be of a bigger size than the current industry or the supply chain it is. So that is a huge, huge thing. It's recycling will become a new industry. The second thing, which I think to some extent one of the Indian scale development paper, which I was hearing before, in West, there are 2 things that are going to happen, and which is happening. I can see that. I'm not saying it's happening tomorrow morning. It will take 5 to 10 years. The skill gap is getting resolved by automation and by artificial intelligence, and same way, the automation is also bringing down the wage gap in the West. So as the automation improves and the artificial intelligence, all these algorithms start controlling the quality, so the skill gap will also improve. So I'm seeing a new age industry is needed, which will be highly driven by technology to reprocess our textile waste back to like textiles. This is a big gap, and it's a big opportunity as per me.
Thank you very much, Uday.
Christian, can I just add to that?
Yes, very shortly, because we're running out of time. Very shortly.
Okay. Very, very shortly, but I completely agree with Uday. We've got to start thinking about circularity, recycling, and the simple reason is that currently, if you look at synthetic fibers, for example, chemical fibers, they're non-biodegradable, and it's estimated that 70% of landfill is filled with non-biodegradable synthetic fibers. We've got to do something about that.
Thank you, Kai. And I thank you, Robert. Thank you, Uday, very much for this very informative and really almost educational session. And with that, I would like to hand back to the organizers, to Mr. Sodhi, and I would like to thank everybody for your attention and wishing everybody the best, especially stay healthy and safe. Thank you.
Dr. Schindler, thank you very much for your excellent moderation. And on behalf of the organizers and also my personal behalf and GETSI, I would like to thank the three luminaries, gentlemen and ladies. It's very difficult to get all of them together. So I think it was a miracle that we found the time, and especially Kai, who was able to be in the GMT time zone and not in the Eastern time zone. So we could have him live. Very much appreciated your insight, Mr. Gill, who is somewhere in Singapore or Jakarta, but it was very nice to have you here. And of course, our good friend, Mr. Robert van Kerkhoff. It was very difficult to get him also, but I'm very happy that he could finally spare some time, So ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if these gentlemen can hear our claps, but I'm going to make a gesture. So please do give them a big round of applause for their and I'm sure everyone has benefited from these insights. Thank you very much, Christian. Okay, so without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to continue with the proceedings. The next session will be on home textiles. So we are moving to, to another session. But before that, we would like to take a short pause, and we would like to play some promotional videos from our corporate sponsors, that is Wellspun Group, which has very kindly sponsored this great session. And also Satluj Textiles, which is a leader in specialty yarns as well as home textiles. So I will hand over to our tech team to play these promotional videos. And before that, don't go away. Please come back for another very exciting session on home textiles. Thank you and see you soon.
Our planet is our home, and like every home, it requires love and care. Sustainable production and consumption are the two mantras humans need to stand by in order to conserve the Mother Earth. At Satluj Textiles and Industries Limited, we have always believed in using sustainable methods of manufacturing to safeguard the environment. We focus on all three dimensions of sustainability, that is, economic, environmental, and social.
At Satluj, sustainability is an important tenet of our corporate mission. In fact, sustainability is a way of life that we had chosen decades ago. As an organization, numerous measures have been taken by us to conserve natural resources. One of the things which I am incredibly proud of is that we have recently gone into green fiber. This involves using plastic waste to create recycled polyester fiber. In fact, this is something we are really proud of and are hoping to expand on this further as we go along.
The company adheres to responsible and sustainable manufacturing. Minimizing carbon footprint remains a priority. Use of renewable energy, harnessing solar power to light up our factories. Replacing obsolete machinery with the latest energy-efficient versions. Recycled polyester plant. Over 7 million discarded PET bottles are transformed into polyester fiber every day. Zero liquid discharge, effluent treatment system with 92% plus water recovery. Minimizes the requirement of fresh water consumption. LED lighting. substantial reduction in energy consumption as compared to standard lighting. Sutlej Textiles' sustainable manufacturing practices are recognized globally.
For seekers of sustainability who believe that the earth is their home, Better Earth is a unique collection of sustainable furnishing fabrics offered under the brand Nestera by Sutlej. Nestera is the combination of two of our favorite words, nest, which means home, and terra, which means earth. Words that combine the love we have for our homes with the sense of responsibility we feel towards our original home, the earth.
Lovingly crafted from sustainable yarns and natural fibers, A Better Earth by Nestera is a reminder of the bond our soul shares with nature. Creativity sourced from homemakers and local artists, efficiently adapted by professionals. A Better Earth is an amalgamation of the soul of India. We believe the key to a sustainable world is and will always be in our hands.
Thoughtful creations, transforming lives. A name synonymous with innovation leadership, Welspun. Welspun City Anjar symbolizes an inspiring transformation, where an earthquake-ravaged region rose to become a self-sustaining ecosystem with the world's largest home textile facility, supported by Welspun's mother plant at Vapi. Inside these vertically integrated premises is where the magic unfolds. From cotton warehouse to spinning, with one of the largest modern spinning plants, having high automation, traceability, material handling, packing and storage system. Weaving, having high-speed looms with Dobby and jacquards. Processing plant integrated with dyeing. Printing, including rotary and digital. Finishing, cut and sew with fully automatic stitching, as well as hanger transport system. Packaging, after passing through metal detectors. And fully equipped testing labs accredited by NABL. We have an integrated setup for fashion and utility bedding products with an in-house non-woven plant for making wadding. We also have a complete solution for tufted rugs and carpets. Our facilities adhere to the highest quality standards and compliance norms. While proximity to cotton-growing regions and our on-site vendor ancillary park helps us with faster customer serviceability, our well-connected plants seamlessly link us to the global supply chains. We also have in-house capability to make high-performance non-wovens, as well as health and hygiene products. And with our new flooring solutions plant in Telangana, we are now disrupting the world of flooring too. However, our greatest asset is our committed team of Welspunites. With Welspun Colony, we provide them with all the modern amenities for comfortable living, while our skill development centers focus on their continuous learning and upgradation. Even in the tough COVID times, we swiftly resumed operations, ensuring safety, health, and well-being with our audited Welspun Penta protocols. Our manufacturing plants score high on the environment indices too. 100% of our water needs in Anjar are met through recycled wastewater. We are also moving from linear to circular systems and supporting local women to make beautiful handcrafted products from factory remnants. As agents of change, we believe in transforming the lives of our communities, where villages are becoming model villages, where women rise empowered, and where children have a brighter future. Yes, from these lands, we continue to weave magic in millions of homes around the world. Well spun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And I now have the pleasure to introduce you to the last session of the Global Textile and Conclave, second edition. Our last session will be on home textile sourcing advantage India. Let me briefly introduce you to our luminaries, our moderator and the speakers. The moderator for this session will be Mr. S.K. Khandelia. He's the Deputy Chairman of the Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, and he's the President of Satluj Textile Industries. And Satluj, as you know, is a leader in production of value-added yarns and also home textiles. Kailash Lalpuria, he's the CEO and Executive Director of another home textile global leader, that is Indocount Industries. And he will be accompanied by two other able gentlemen who are industry leaders, and they are working with the international home textile companies. So my reference is to Mr. Raman Khanna, who is a Vice President with John Lewis, responsible for their sourcing in Asia. And then, of course, I have the honor to introduce another young gentleman, Abhishek Kaul. He's with Hollander Sleep Products, and he's based in the East Coast of the US. Last but not the least is my good friend, Calvin Woolley from the IKEA Group. He's presently based in Istanbul, and we are very pleased that we were able to get all these five luminaries under one roof for this session. Without much ado, and I'm sure you are waiting for your evening cocktails, so let me hand over to our tech team to go ahead with the technological presentation of this home textile session. Thank you very much and enjoy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to moderate the last panel of this DUN conference on sourcing of home textiles, Advantage India. The home textile segment has emerged as the mainstream segment since the world went under lockdown during the pandemic. Let us look at the global scenario and outlook for India. Market at retail level is estimated over the 10 billion. China remains the largest exporter with a share of over 50%, whereas India is distant second at 5% share. In 2020, during the pandemic, home textile exports have seen a double-digit growth. Consumer preferences have changed towards health, hygiene, and comfort. Work from home has become new normal, resulting in home textile taking larger share of customers' wallet. India has established home textile industry with companies having global scale, particularly bed and bath linen. A large number of medium-sized companies and SMEs are also engaged in production of variety of goods in furnishing and other home textiles. With India's strength in cotton and now increasingly in MMF sector, there is faster potential to increase our exports and double it in next 5 years. Therefore, today's panel discussion is focused on highlighting the opportunities to be realized and challenges to overcome. I am happy to introduce my panel of 4 eminent international home textile industry leaders representing both the supply and demand side to get a complete perspective Mr. Lalpuria is ED and CEO, Indocount Industries. Mr. Kelvin Bhule is Global Supplier Development Leader at IKEA Group. Mr. Abhishek Kaul, VP of Product Development and Merchandising, Hollander Slip Products. Mr. Raman Khanna, Head of Category Home and Hard Goods, John Lewis, India. Now, we will have question and answer session with our eminent panelists, and afterwards, we'll take a few questions from the audience. My first question is to Mr. Lalpuria and then to Mr. Kaul. My question is, what are the major market trends that characterize the home textile demand in coming 2-3 years with unique reference to the US and European market? Mr. Kaul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Kandelia. We believe that the major market trends here in the US will be health and wellness. That is going to be the single most important trend sector, in home textiles and in any other category. The other one would be sustainability. I think sustainability not only in product but in processes and ways to manufacture. I think everyone is looking for those things. And then the last one I would say is luxury, innovation and luxury. Even during this pandemic lockdown, we saw that the luxury market remained strong and grew stronger through the whole lockdown. And so we believe that that the luxury market will be a huge potential market for Indian suppliers to focus on and to figure out what to supply to that.
Thank you, Mr. Kaul. My next question is to Mr. Kaul again, and then to Mr. Khanna. India's market share has been at a particular level in recent 3 years. What are the future outlook and perceived strengths, opportunities, and risk against other competitors? Mr. Kaul, please, and then Mr. Khanna.
So before I answer the question, let me tell a little bit about Hollander Sleep Products. We are one of the largest basic bedding manufacturing companies based in North America. Just to give you an idea of scale, we ship about 60 to 65 million pillows annually across retail and hospitality channels, several million comforter and mattress pads, so many different things that we buy a lot of components from overseas right now. For us, our share of imports from India right now is very low compared to other countries. So for us, it's very imperative. We keep on trying to figure out how to increase our supply chain in India. So in view of that, I think we have a very strong outlook and sentiment of Indian suppliers becoming stronger and bigger. We've already seen the strength of the Indian textile industry. We have cotton sufficiency. The man-made fiber sector is strong and is growing exponentially, not only in polyester, but also in sustainable fibers like lyocell. So that is good. We have a young and competitive labor force. That is again a great strength to have in textile market. I think the main opportunity that we see, which will also help us, is that right now we have such titans of in sheets and towel supply from India, be they Welspun, Indocount, Trident, Himmat-Singha. We need those kind of scales to happen in other sectors which are not sheets and towels. There are filled products, like pillow shells. There are so many other different home textile products, furnishings that India can grow in. That I think it has to be the key focus, because we have to come up and dominate those sectors as well. I think the risks that we see are delays in infrastructure development. Things take time. We understand that, but we have to keep on plugging in and growing the infrastructure across the country. And the other big one, which we feel is that there isn't enough low interest financing available for smaller and medium scale suppliers to scale up. I think that is very important for them to be competitive against the bigger suppliers across the world.
Thank you, Mr. Kaul. Mr. Khanna, please.
Sure, sir.
I think Abhishek has, started really well, highlighting where the opportunities, the strengths, and the sort of way forward lies. When I look at it from our perspective, I think the last 2 decades have been a testimony of the hard work that the Indian manufacturers and supply chains have actually put in, which has positioned India so strongly on the global map. As we stand today, we are well positioned with a sizable global footprint, both in the medium to premium category in the home textile market. I think we have a strong foundation. We've ticked the right boxes, in terms of raw material availability, capacity, capability, and most importantly, it's the wide variety of product that we have to offer. I think we have a reputable and a delivered track record in terms of being a dependable hub for service and quality. As Abhishek rightly said, I think we've got a huge market share in commodity areas such as towels and sheets, and we strongly believe that there is sufficient headroom to grow in other categories. Especially the hospitality and the institutional range of businesses. Fill products like comforters and bed bags. And I think the main focus also should be on the fantastic product that comes out of our cottage and handloom industry from all over India. In terms of where we see ourselves 3 years from now and what will determine our success, I think this basically revolves around 4 key aspects. One obviously is innovation. Product durability and performance have been at the forefront of textile inventions and innovations. But as Khandelia ji, you rightly pointed out, in the post-pandemic area, health, hygiene, and wellness are gaining prominence, and I think they will be the forefront of any product performing attributes going forward. The need for sustainability and an end-to-end traceability will be of key essence. Speed to market, I think, is going to be a crucial aspect that is going to drive success for countries. When you look at countries like Turkey, they're strategically placed with their proximity to the European Union. So you're talking about quick lead times and quicker deliverances. What we need to do in turn, to mitigate that risk is obviously look at better forecasting, better inventory and supply chain management, and possibly offer quick turnarounds by domestic holding of stock in countries of deliverance. The fourth and the most important aspect that we think is going to be really essential for us is costing, especially in either the opening price point areas or it's going to be with the institutional and hospitality sectors where we know that price sensitivity is key. That's where countries like Turkey and Pakistan, have scored an advantage over India because of their duty-free access into the European Union. If you look at a number, it puts us at a 10% disadvantage. And we know that every percent, every cent, on competitive businesses is key. So I think whilst the industry does it bit from, an innovation, sustainability, and a speed to market standpoint, anything and everything that the authorities can do in terms of pushing a free trade agreement will only open up an even playing field and will give us an upper hand, especially in categories that are price sensitive.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Very rightly said. And my next question is to Mr. Lalpuria and then to Mr. Kaul. So first I will put it to Mr. Kaul. What are the 3 purchasing criteria for international buyers for sourcing of home textiles? Mr. Kaul, please.
I think Raman actually covered some of it in the previous question, yes. But I would say reliability is key for us. We have to have a reliable, if you commit something, you have to live up to it. I think that is key. The other thing would be competitive pricing. Obviously, it has to compete against global suppliers. Acceptable quality would be the third one. Again, we don't need quality to be beyond what we need, but it has to be acceptable. And then innovation, even though there was only 3 criteria, but I think innovation is a key criteria for purchasing.
Thank you, Mr. Kaul. Now though something is already covered, but still I would like to have from Mr. Kaul as well as from Mr. Khanna again. What are the opportunities and challenges you see for Indian suppliers of home textile products, which are mainly produced in decentralized sector? Some part you have already covered, but if there is any specific, please let me know. How to increase the exports from the categories which are being manufactured by MSME? Mr. Kaul, please.
I think the key would be to help such companies to scale up to be competitive at a global level. It won't be easy to begin with, but you know, I think the companies over here in the US are willing to support and help grow these companies. But there has to be some effort from overall I think the Indian industry side to grow these up to global scale levels.
Thank you, Mr. Kaul. Mr. Khanna, you have already covered to something. Mr. Kaul has also covered. If you have to add something in 1 or 2 lines, please.
Sure, sir. Sir, as you know, Abhishek has rightly said that you know, there is need to scale up. I think what is also important is for us to get visibility of such MSMEs on the right platform. You know, where we are not only talking about product, but we're also actually talking about the whole process that goes into manufacturing the product. You know, as India, we are really good with what we do. I think we need to bring out our stories to the world for them to take notice of what we are capable of delivering in terms of not only product, but service and quality.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Now I'd like to ask our panelist, Mr. Kelvin Wule from IKEA Group, to give his perspective on opportunities and challenges facing the Indian home textile industry and suggestions to improve the sector's competitiveness. Mr. Kelvin, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Khandelia ji, for inviting me to this as a panel member, and thank you, Citi, for providing me this opportunity to be today a panelist. First of all, I would like to address the opportunities to the Indian home textile industry. Home has become the center stage of our life and lifestyle. Work from home culture is triggering the increase in consumption of home textile. A lot of time is spent at home, wherein work, leisure, entertainment, all are happening at home, which is increasing the home textile consumption. So this is a big structural shift. As more time is being spent, the consumption is growing. This will be a structural shift going forward in this particular category. The second addition, when we analyze the home textile industry, is that the addition of the health, hygiene and wellness sector. The health, hygiene and wellness product categories has seen a big boost, wherein brands and retailers are asking for more products resonating with them. This is an additional product which has been added to the shelf of the retailers, and this will grow leaps and bounds in the coming year and will provide manufacturers a big opportunity to grow in this segment. The third is the digitization. The big box retailers have gained businesses from the small retailers, mom and pop stores, which could not sustain during the pandemic. This has also triggered that from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, consumers are attracted to buy brands online and omni-channel. This is again has added up sales to big box retailers, and this will help the home textile industry to further grow as the big manufacturers are serving the big box retailers as their customers. So this is the 3 opportunities which I have sounded off. As far as the challenges are concerned, we are seeing worldwide trade pacts which are happening between countries. There are bilateral trades between the countries for their strength and weaknesses and in order to grow their global trade and presence. India also should develop them, but finding India-centric trade pact is a big challenge, And there we need to work around with countries with like-minded attitude to see that how we can gain further market share in time to come. The second big challenge is the sustainability driven product range. The brands and retailers are fixing norms towards sustainability, and if we are unable to address them in time to come, then we will fall short of the supply chain. For example, organic cotton, BCI cotton, hemp, and all are finding marketplaces and commitment with the retailers. We need to address these sustainability regulations very quickly so that we become a formidable force in the world market. The circularity, reuse, and recycling are becoming the new norms, wherein industry needs to address this in time to come so as to sustain their supply chain. So I think these are the two challenges. With these opportunities and challenges, I see a big growth if we overcome these challenges and grow in the future, as India is well positioned in the cotton segment and in the last 2 decades has brought about a huge market share in some of the categories. We still have a far way to go, but with right support from the government, which is, and the Atmanirbhar Bharat, where the government will support us with policies and regulation, we strongly believe that India will increase its market share in the world global market. With this, I would like to also inform you about the future outlook of Indocount. I am very confident that with all our resources available to us, like capital adequacy, innovative product, a large customer base, and the performance which we have done in the near past will help Indocount to achieve larger growth in the time to come. We are investing into the front end as well as into the capacities and capabilities. This will take us to a new level of growth. With this, friends, I would like to summarize and end up my talk saying that we all have to address and increase our perceived value in the marketplace. This will give us a great confidence in building India to a new future. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for inviting me to this forum. It's great to be back amongst so many of my Indian friends. Yeah, as you know, of course, as mentioned, IKEA is a global retailer, a big global retailer, and textiles is one of our big areas where we buy. Of course, we're present in more than 50 markets globally. Around the world, sales markets, and with a purchasing presence in actually most of those countries. Europe and Germany is of course our biggest sales market. But as many of you know, and hopefully you visited our stores in India, that we have already started our retail journey in India, and it's exciting times for us, and many brighter days for IKEA in India together. As we expand our retail agenda in more places in India. But although it's been recent from a retail perspective, we have had a purchasing presence with people on the ground for more than 35 years. This has been a fantastic journey for us. Textiles, of course, being one of the main areas of our sourcing and buying, whether that be carpets to towels, to bed linens, and to many, mostly cotton products, of course. So it's been a great journey so far, and we have many fantastic Indian suppliers. With regards to your question actually about the major market trends, which we as a retailer see, we actually have three focus areas, and they are more, I would say that they're even more enhanced today due to the COVID situation than ever before. So the first one, really, the big focus area from a retail perspective, and of course it's the customer in mind and the customer needs and their priorities, is of course the affordability. Really with the low price, delivering the low price product with all the quality elements and all the expectations that the consumers have. And of course, COVID has put many people around the world in a difficult situation. So affordability becomes an even more prevalent focus area for IKEA, both now and of course in the years to come. Accessibility is the other area. Of course, with all the lockdowns and everything, people have been turning to e-commerce, and we've been on an e-commerce journey for a number of years, but never before have we seen this acceleration due to the COVID situation. So this accessibility and really reaching out to people wherever they are is so important for IKEA, and is a great opportunity for us moving forward. So accessibility being the second point. The third, of course, is that we do that with a positive impact on people and planet. The sustainability and agenda has been strong for many, many years, but we as major retailers in the world, we need to take a responsibility together with manufacturers of the world to really have a positive impact on both the people and the planet. And so, I mean, if we take these three focus areas and from a focusing standpoint and especially related to India, of course, really delivering that low price without compromise on quality to our customers is a big focus area. And of course, sustainability, whether it's about enforcement of laws, worker rights, environmental laws, are really driving the sustainability agenda and compliance agenda. But not only in the way that it's manufactured, but we're also looking at the material agenda, recycled materials. As many of you may know as well, that we have cotton from more sustainable sources in all of our products that we sell in IKEA, and we're very proud that we started that journey many, many years ago with founding of the BCI. And of course, in 2015, we were proud to announce that 100% of all of our products are sourced sustainably with regards to cotton. So yeah, we've been continuing that journey with the whole traceability perspective as well. And also when it comes to manufacturing, it's a big focus, of course, on green energy, water stewardship, and focusing, of course, on all those elements to how we manufacture it, and manufacture it sustainably and responsibly. So other areas as well that we're looking at in terms of market trends is innovations, especially in the low price segment. You know, many innovations are focused and geared towards high price products, and they put fancy labels on them. But we're really looking and focusing on how do we get innovations for the low price. And then, of course, speed to market to meet that accessibility. You know, whether that's in product developments or even in the transport sector. And as recently, we have faced many challenges getting goods out of Mumbai port due to shortages of containers, etc., and the transport network. So we really need to see how do we face these challenges and overcome these challenges and hurdles to really ensure that the transport systems and the transport methods can get those products to our customers in an easy and fast way. So that's how we see the market trends today and tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, thanks for the question. Opportunities and challenges. Yeah, I mean, I think there are many opportunities, of course, for the textile manufacturers in India, not just for the large manufacturers, but also, as you mentioned, you know, the SMEs, and also the artisans alike. And of course, as an international buyer, you know, we have the freedom, or the luxury, as I would say, maybe to buy from any country. And we have the resources to really look at the best possible advantage for our customers, you know, without such bias. And I think the biggest opportunity, if I would say the biggest opportunity, is also maybe one of the challenges that India faces today as an exporter. And that, of course, would come in the way of the FTA agreements. Of course, many of the textile manufacturing markets in the world already enjoy such benefits. For example, you know, the regional countries are enjoying benefits towards Europe and North America, and even Vietnam recently joining that club with good agreements towards Europe. And this really puts the Indian suppliers on a kind of a back foot when they're quoting for landed prices, because, you know, it already puts them at about 7 to 12% behind the others. And this is a huge challenge, yeah, and a big challenge for many Indian exporters. Coupled with that, the removal of some of the re-export incentives, you know, has put an even greater burden on these manufacturers. And so, you know, in many instances, we're seeing them not able to match the competitive side of many others globally. So in my view, I think the Indian industry, the Indian textile industry, they need to really make a strong case towards the government to revive some of these FTAs, especially with Europe. You know? I think another great opportunity is connected with the man-made fibers and the synthetics. We in IKEA, we have a large portfolio of synthetic fiber products in our range. And we've committed to eliminate fossil fuel products from our range by 2030. Yeah. And in textiles, we've been more ambitious than that. And I'm really proud to say that 90% of all the textile products that we have, which are in polyester, are made only using recycled polyester. One of the challenges we faced in India, of course, is the volatility of the prices in recycled polyester. So, for example, as we're seeing global prices of recycled polyester come down, whether that be in China, or rest of Asia, and even Europe and Turkey, we're seeing the opposite happen in India with those recycled polyester prices increasing. And while we're in a number of discussions, I think that there is a need really for the supply chain of recycled polyester to strengthen the establishment there, whether that be from collection points and quality, but also really to accommodate the imports of such materials to create that competitive element within the Indian market. And I think from that, the man-made fiber and synthetic market will definitely be an opportunity if some of these challenges are overcome. A little bit connected with that, of course, is the circularity agenda. As I mentioned before, you know, it's on the minds of all the consumers today, especially in our major markets. And this really post-consumer, the circularity of taking already used textiles and then being able to send them back to our factories and recycle them and you know, whether that's respin them. So of course there's things around the imports and the abilities to be able to import some of those as well, but also to have a good traceable and functioning supply chains where I think there's can be incentives for investments and people who are really geared up to wanting to get on board with the circular agenda. I think another opportunity, of course, is the natural fibers beyond cotton, as it were, and really looking at strengthening the supply chains of, for example, jute, maybe through also more modernization in the industry. We've seen huge volatility in jute prices. There seems to be too many intermediaries. And there's definitely a need for consolidation and cooperation within the jute industry. Again, wool and wool traceability, really trying to get this local and really is an established supply chain in RSW approved and certified and traceable wool. So we've been a little bit on that journey, but yet today most of the wool that we use in India for our handmade rugs is imported from New Zealand. Another area, of course, and I think one of the biggest opportunities, but also one of the biggest challenges that's facing the textile industry in India is, of course, the renewable energy and, of course, the big focus on coal. In IKEA, we have decided that by 2025, all suppliers need to move away from coal on their sites to renewable energy sources. And of course, as many of you know, coal is used in a lot of the textile industries within India, especially for heating those boilers and everything. And it's a big movement for them to shift to meet those demands that we have, and not only us, but I'm certain other retailers also following suit. But of course, I think they need some support on how they can move this renewable energy agenda. Again, connected a little bit with that, of course, is the water. As everybody knows, water scarcity is a global problem. And of course, when it comes to water, in IKEA, we've been working with effluent treatment plants from, almost 20 years now. And of course, we're pushing now the suppliers into really installing zero liquid discharge systems. Again, connected with the renewable energy, we have decided and we have stated that by 2025 as well, all suppliers need to have that zero liquid discharge and keep all the water within the facilities. We're also encouraging water stewardship. We're working as well with some of our partners in the WWF with some of the water stewardship. And this is really important, not just for the planet as a whole, but also for the communities around. And so therefore, we think that, of course, these are expensive investments, but these are investments for the long term and for the communities around. So we also think that the textile industry, and personally, I think they should make a case towards the local and even maybe central governments to really help incentivize for this sustainable future. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Navdeep Sodhi from GATSE again. We now are almost at the end of this two-day conclave. And before I hand over to our Vice Chairman, Shri R.L. Nolakha, for his gracious vote of thanks, I would like to just recap and say a few words. We had wonderful presentations during these 2 days, and this was a rare opportunity to get the leaders from the government, policy makers, the captains of the industry, professionals, international buyers, institutions, and so on. So we really do hope that the confluence of all these leaders and professionals over these 2 days, this gave us a 360-degree perspective on our industry, which is becoming more and more complex. During these 2 days, as a matter of statistics, we had 8 sessions on diverse subjects such as supply chain, digitalization, sustainability, technical textiles, new business models, and also in terms of market access, So it covered, trade as well as investments and fibers, because our industry is really driven by raw materials, During these 8 sessions, we were very privileged, and we would like to thank all the 40 luminaries and professionals who contributed, in terms of their technical know-how, the knowledge and expertise. I hope that we are really wizened after their sharing of their great knowledge. Some of the key takeaways from this conference, some of the messages that Mr. Giuseppe Ghezzi, mentioned, he spoke from, the snow in St. Moritz, was that, the cost competitiveness, enhancing the capability to process man-made fibers and technical textile would be a key success factor for India to really take advantage of the global opportunities. He highlighted about, the need, which we already know, about fortifying the apparel manufacturing to act as a catalyst, but also as an engine for the growth of our industry. Circular fashion, it is not just a CSR item in our annual reports, but it is a matter of our existence. So therefore, compliance with the Sustainable Development Goals and ensuring that, each action of ours, it has some impact on the environment is mitigated. He mentioned about improving the overall global competitiveness of India in the export markets, not just in textiles. And then, of course, the need for effective government, the public and private sector collaboration. In terms of FDI, we had the opportunity to listen to some leaders from the textile machinery industry and the garment industry, and they highlighted about the need to simplify some of our incentives so that they are intelligible to our foreign direct investment partners, and they are also easy for the bureaucracy to implement. In terms of fiber situation, I mean, we all agree that, we need to harmonize our needs, and there is a scope for each fiber, whether it is natural, synthetic, or man-made, they have a place, that there is a functionality and there is a need for that. And therefore, the industry has to really evaluate how to, utilize and blend these fibers and take, advantage of the opportunities in a sustainable manner, With this few remarks, I would like to hand over the stage to our esteemed colleague, the Vice Chairman of the Confederation, Mr. R.L. Nolakha, who has been present throughout this session. I appreciate his patience, and I call upon all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to listen to his remarks. Nolakha Sahab. Please unmute yourself, Mr. Nolakha. Mr. Nolakha, please unmute.
Okay.
Yeah, please read out your message again. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. Confederation of Indian Textile Industry has organized this Global Textile Conclave 2021 at a time when the Indian textile industry is undergoing structural transformations and consolidation, which has associated in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. The today's conclave, with the participation of eminent speakers from all over the world, signifies the relevance of the event in the present situation. This was the last session of Global Textile Conclave 2021. With this, we have formally reached the end of this virtual event, which has been huge participation of more than 5,000 peers from the global textile and clothing industry. I am extremely sure that the participants have gained valuable insights regarding the present and future prospects of the textile industry, and the way forward is explicit now. It was truly an amazing conclave with the support and cooperation of Prime Minister's Office, Minister of Textiles, and all global textile associations. At the outset, I would like to express on behalf of the entire textile industry our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, for sending his goodwill message for the industry. His encouraging message has given the industry a new boost. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Honorable Union Minister of Textiles, Srimati Smriti Zubin Irani, for taking our time for her busy schedule and inaugurating the second edition of Global Textile Conclave 2021. I would like to convey our sincere thanks to Textile Commissioner Mrs. Roop Rashi ji for sharing her knowledge with the industry regarding creating a strong technical textile ecosystem. I also extend our deepest gratitude to all other officials from various ministers, PMO, textile associations, and individuals whose direct and indirect support has played an important role in making this event a grand success. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the International Textile Manufacturers Federations, ITMF, and International Apparel Federation, IF, for being co-partner for this event. Let me express our deepest gratitude and appreciations to Ghazi Textile Organizations, especially Mr. Navdeep S. Sodhi and his team for bringing the knowledge partner of this Global Textile Conclave 2021 and supporting us in all possible manner from the very beginning. On behalf of CITI, I thank all sponsors of the CITI GTC 2021 like title sponsors Lakshmi Machine Works Limited, gold sponsors Satlas Textiles and Industries Limited, India Itme Society, Riter India Private Limited, Lenzing Fibers India Private Limited, Maswada Syntex Limited, RSW Limited, and Raymond Limited. Session sponsors Textile Sector Skill Council, Wellspun India. Silver sponsors Nitin Spinners Limited, Sangam India Limited, Vardhaman Group. And bronze sponsors Kotak Commodities Limited and Indorama Synthetics for believing in CITI, and association with us for making the event a grand success. We are also thankful to all our advertiser and supporter CITI Special Edition of Textile Times magazine. I also thank all the moderates, speakers, delegates, and viewers who have associated with us on these 2 days. Your presence played a key role in making this really fruitful and enriching. The guidance of our esteemed GTC 2021 committee members has helped CITI in organizing this event. I would like to use this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to all of them. I would like to convey my sincere gratitude to CITI Chairman Sri T. Rajkumar ji, CITI Deputy Chairman Sri Suresh Kandela ji, and past Chairman CITI Sri Sanjay Jain for their wholehearted support and guidance. On behalf of CITI and industry at large, I thank both print and visual media for covering this event. Finally, I would like to thank CITI Secretary General Dr. S. Sunanda and his team for all their hard work and dedicated which they have shown in not only organizing this event but also making it a grand success. I wish them success in the future endeavors. Also, hope that they will organize more such events in the coming time, which will be helpful for the entire textile industry. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Naulakaji, for proposing the vote of thanks. With this, we conclude the proceedings of the second Global Textile Conclave 2021. And I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors and hope to meet you all again next year, but through a physical meet. Till then, have a great and wonderful time ahead. Once again, on behalf of Citi, I am expressing a sincere gratitude to each and every person and organization, Citi GTC 2021 Organizing Committee, and my Citi colleagues who have wholeheartedly contributed for the grand success of Citi Global Textile Conclave 2021. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. बंद करो. Yeah. Okay. Close.
Thank you all. Thank you.